Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. Welcome back to our conference centering race in history, antiquity to the present. This is day 2 of our exploration of what history could look like if we put race at its center. Yesterday we began with antiquity, starting with ancient Mesopotamia, and we had our entry point into medieval history with a fabulous keynote from Professor Geraldine Heng, following our first keynote from Professor Xianhua Wang from Shanghai. So today we're going to continue our exploration into the medieval world, and then we're moving into early modern history as well. I'm super excited. I'm sure all of you are as well. And I'm going to hand over to our chair for the first session, Dr. Nikki Sigorakis from Edge Hill University. And I'm just going to, before I do that, just flag up our key partners for the conference. So the conference is the annual event, key event of the International Centre on Racism at Edge Hill University in the United Kingdom. I'm the director of that centre. My co-director is Dr. Jenny Barrett. My name is Professor James Renton. Our principal partner is Monitor Racism magazine, based at the Robert Schuman Centre for Advanced Studies at the European University Institute in Florence, Italy. And our other partner for this conference is the Department of History and Civilization, also at the European University Institute. So I shall now pass the mantle on to Dr. Sigorakis. Thank you very much indeed, Nikki.
Thank you, James, and welcome to everybody, and thank you for joining us again today for what promises to be indeed a very exciting session on race in the Middle Ages in Europe and in the Middle East. It's going to be a busy session. We've got 4 papers, which means that each of our speakers will have 15 minutes. I will try to privately message each of our speakers when they're approaching their limit, a couple of minutes before. And I think we'll keep questions for the end of the session. So we'll hear all 4 papers in succession, and then we'll take questions. Now for the audience, if you do have any questions, please put them in the Q&A section underneath. And then they'll be addressed. Please make sure to add who you're addressing with your question. That would be useful. Okay, so without further ado, our first speaker for this session is Dr. Claire Weider. I should say we have, you can find detailed bios of all the speakers on the program. But just a few quick words. Dr. Weider is a cultural historian who works mostly on the organic politics of ethnic stereotyping, negotiations of public health and the body from 1100 to 1600. She has published in a variety of international journals, and she is also the co-editor of Imagining Communities, Historical Reflections on the Process of Community Formation, published in 2018, and Policing the Urban Environment in Pre-Modern Europe, published in 2019. She is also in the process of publishing her dissertation, her award-winning dissertation, which is due to come out in 2021. She is Assistant Professor of Medieval History at Leiden University and a postdoc researcher at the ERC-funded project Healthscaping Urban Europe. Her title today is Ethnic Stereotypes, Religion, Environmental Thought, and Power in Western Europe, 950 to 1250. So Dr. Weider, the screen is yours.
So thank you very much. I'm just sharing my screen and I hope that it is visible now. Is it okay?
Yes, it is.
Oh, super, great. And thank you very much for having me. I'm delighted to speak at this conference. So as Denise McCloskey and Rebecca Kennedy and Geraldine Heng and others observed yesterday in their very rich contributions, the simple dichotomy between race and ethnic needs re-examination. And also in medieval studies, scholarship after the Second World War was dominated by the premise that pre-modern categories in the medieval period of ethnicity, gentes or nationes, were constructed around social cultural practices. For instance, Robert Bartlett or Rhys Davies extensively argued that ethnic groups viewed themselves to share descent, language, customs, memories, and laws, yet that their features were not essentialized. The neglect of the relevance of race, racism, and race making, I think, has to do in part with the complicated relationship of ethnotypes with the development of nation states and the institutional structure of medieval studies from the 19th century, which is also often organized along the lines of the nation state, as well as the premise that Christianity's universalism would rule out racial categorization. So this view has been modified in recent years, and first scholars like Geraldine Heng and, for instance, Denise Buell have argued convincingly for broadening race's definition as a form of strategic essentializing, that's to serve as a mechanism of sorting or to distribute positions and powers differentially to human groups, to cite Geraldine Heng. Skin color is thus one marker used to essentialize features, but there are others. And secondly, scholars like Benjamin Isaac, Miriam Feldman-Eloff, Joseph Siegler, and many others have underscored that the scientific, Hippocratic thought of environmental theory presented the Greco-Arabic and Latinate world with a framework to essentialize differences, tying bodily and mental traits based on location, environmental factors such as climate, heat, coldness, and inherent qualities. And references to ethnic character, on which I focus, engage with these theories throughout the period known as the Middle Ages and afterwards. So my paper will focus on racial conceptualizations rather than race-making practices. And the question, to what extent political agents in the period of 950, 1250 could organize the legal enforcement of a hierarchy of difference through strategic essentializing will remain unanswered. What I would like to emphasize, however, is that ethnic groups such as the Angli or Franki in the period that I'm just talking about self-identified with essentialized traits just as much as they attributed them to others. And this happened particularly in a colonializing rhetoric while encroaching upon the territories of, for instance, the Irish or Muslims. And the same applies to the plethora of ethnographic descriptions of other in later colonizing missions. Whether or not we call such self-identifications racial or ethnic is a question I think we need to discuss further. And certainly double standards were applied in these representations of ethnic features, whereby the images of selves and others were mirrored and revolved around framing levels of discipline, rationality, work ethic, and bodily strength. And as I'll discuss, these representations of discipline and rationality within a Ciceronian and later Aristotelian tradition serve to justify the seizure of territory and property of others, as well as their enslavement. Positive traits at the same time were applied to the own group members holding positions of power. So the master qualified himself as rational and virtuous, which was replicated by his position in the hierarchy of power. Imagined ethnotypes populated the sources between 950 and 1250, such as the charming Englishman, the civilized or arrogant Frenchman, the angry German, the envious Jew, or the devious Saracen, surfaced within a spectrum of intersectional categories of gender, age, education, and so forth. And for my book, Images of Ethnicity, which is coming out next year, I explored over 100 sources, including histories, encyclopedic texts, medical treatises, ethnographies, letters, poetry, and manuals of rhetoric, looking at the ideas and ideologies that allowed people to talk about racial ethnic characteristics. I looked at how essentialization occurs and on which grounds, and I argue that three contexts are pertinent. Firstly, that Christian religious discourse talking about which groups have the capacity to undergo a rebirth in Christ. Secondly, environmental thought tying innate traits to places, measuring levels of discipline, rationality, and masculinity, particularly in the military sphere of colonization efforts. And thirdly, in genealogy. My observation is that in these sources, some bodies were strategically attributed less fixed traits than others. And such claims were buttressed by the authoritative voice of science, by schoolmen and learned monks working in the intellectual milieus of centers of knowledge and power. We could see this mechanism of sorting at work in the stagist or stadial narrative of the Translatio Studii et Imperii, which is a temporal and spatial comparison, conceiving peoples of the past to be situated in the East, a locus of bygone power, learning, and religion, and peoples of the present in the West to be situated in Europe. Thus, difference is not only framed in relation to bodies and mental traits, but it's placed within a temporal and spatial structure. And I've identified ethnic catalogues like the one on this slide in about 25 manuscripts produced in Benedictine monasteries from the 10th to the 13th century. And these manuscripts often contain encyclopedic topographical knowledge and computers material. So two strains of thought can be identified here, eschatology and the related concept of the prophesied translation of power knowledge from East to West, resonating the belief that whereas the East was the stage of the biblical drama's past, the people in the West would be key players in the unfolding apotheosis of history of humankind. And the ethnic catalogue follows the principle of the translatio from East to West, rendering the East a place of bygone religion and power for telling future history, and the West the site on which God's eyes are fixed. And this idea of eschatological progress was later transformed into cultural and civilizational progress, a fetish of modernity. The listings here of the strength of the Saxons, the wrath of the Britons, the stupidity are commonplaces of this period, and they're based on the unfavorable construct formed in antiquity using climate theory of northern peoples as harsh, headstrong, and fierce. The envy of the Jews, on the other hand, is drawn from the Christian perspective of the innate disbelief and stubborn rejection of Christ as the Messiah, which is very prominent in these catalogues. And so the characterizations in these lists often stem from exegetical commentaries upon the Pauline letters of the New Testament, letters written to evangelize and spread the message of Christianity on the earth. And the ontology of the characteristics here entails the proclivity to enact sinful or virtuous behavior placed within a temporal geographical schema of willingness to accept Christianity in light of the history of mankind. So if in the 10th century, ethnic characterizations reflected the traits of agents in providential history, in which some groups also presented themselves as chosen people, from the 12th century, we see an ontological shift in which biological aspects of environmental determinism, heredity, fed by Hippocratic climate theory, become more prominent. Climate theory's growing influence occurred in two contexts. Firstly, there is the older strain of the use of climate theory drawn from 4th century military manual of Vegetius, which was a hugely popular handbook containing advice on how to choose military recruits based on their physical and mental qualities, taking into account any differences between, for instance, urban and rural recruits, age groups, professional backgrounds, but also climate. It also advised to use stereotypes in warfare to agitate the enemy. And it was subsequently used by writers at courts producing histories and war poetry. And secondly, with the founding of universities in urban centres where Greco-Arabic natural philosophy and medicine began to feature prominently on the curriculum because of translations of the works of, for instance, Constantine the African and Avicenna, these ideas also make their way into encyclopedias and school curricula. And the slide here just shows one source, William of Malmesbury, writing about the First Crusade and framing both the people in the East, in the center of Europe and in Northern Europe, using climate theory, talking about their relative military traits. So this is my final slide. In centers of education and power, ethnographers and historians subsequently talked about their own and other people's work ethic, military qualities and levels of civilization, their political and legal organization through environmental determinism, entangling it with the concept of progress. And they already do so before the translation of Aristotle's Politics in 1260, which explicitly discusses the concept of natural slavery. Earlier, taking a progressive view of the development of societies, Cicero, in his, for instance, De Officiis and De Inventione, both widely available in this period, argued that reason and speech held society together and were the prerequisites for order and the rule of law. Primordial man, conversely, it was said, lived erratically, without rationality, law, or religion. Primordial society transformed into social existence through urbanization and the acquirement of professional skills. And this transformation came from mankind's natural ability for speech and reason, setting it apart from beasts. Thanks to city life, law and customs were established, according to Cicero. And then came the equitable distribution of private rights and a social system. And 12th century European court historians and poets picked up on this evolutionary view of social organization and utilized it strategically to justify the colonization of, for instance, Ireland or the Baltic lands, framing them, the people living there, as lacking law, reason, and religion, while praising the urbanity, chivalry, good speech, and free status of the own people. And the frame, as I said, revolves around the question which groups set in their environments were disciplined, manly, reasonable, and well-spoken, and which were not. And so finally, measuring and sorting peoples by framing levels of discipline and rationality was further boosted by the translation of Aristotle's Politics in 1260, in which the enslaved person is defined as a piece of property, an instrument of action, of labor, whose function was reflected in his strong but non-erect body, yet inferior rationality. And significantly, and here the attribution of mental qualities features once more, the enslaved were considered to have the capacity to perceive reasoning, but not to actively reason, which finest action was achievable from one's goals. And again, these capacities are considered to be determined by climate and environment, but they are already implicitly present in earlier discussions and ethnographies within the Ciceronian tradition, and also aided by regimens and manuals, which become very popular from the 12th century. And I want to end my paper just to suggest a way forward. I am working on a new project once this book has come out on the role of physicians who examine the bodies of the enslaved, but also poor and enslaved persons in the Mediterranean and in Northern Europe, who engage with these ideas of Hippocrates and Aristotle, and at the same time, on the one hand, are very much active in the actual practice of determining the values of bodies of enslaved persons, but are also very much contributing to the production of these ethnographies and development of medical and environmental science at the emerging universities, while also, for instance, contributing to the amassing collections where they work together with slave traders, making up the new collections of universities in Europe. So thank you very much. That was my paper for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wieder, for a very fascinating paper and for keeping so nicely to time. Okay, as I said, we'll move on and we will take questions at the end. So let's move on to our next speaker, Dr. Harith bin Ramli, who is a colleague here at Edge Hill, where he lectures on theology and world religions. He works primarily on the history of early Islamic thought, and has published on the formation of Sufism, Islamic theology and law, with a focus on the evolution of Sunni traditions. He also works in the field of curriculum development for Islamic studies in secondary education. And his title today is Taking the Jinns Out of the Bottle: Did Racial Classification Take Place in 10th Century Baghdad?
Hi, thanks, Nikki. Yeah, just you have, as a chairman, I would say you have full authority to cut me off if I'm sort of running out of time, because I do have a tendency to kind of go on and on a bit. So I'm doing this a little bit ad-libbed because I was sort of started this paper only a couple of weeks ago. So bear in mind there's certain caveats here. I'm definitely not an expert in this area at all. I've only just kind of started looking at this question. Mainly in preparation for this conference. Secondly, this is kind of an area which hasn't really been addressed in that much detail in Islamic studies or Islamic history specifically. So we have really only two positions so far that have emerged within the field of Islamic studies. The first is probably represented by Bernard Lewis's excellent study on race and slavery in the Middle East. Bernard Lewis's, I would say this in some ways, this work hasn't really been outshone yet really within the field. Because he felt that there wasn't any adequate work on the subject. So so racism, according to so what Lewis tries to do is he tries to look at racism. So while kind of introducing the topic of slavery, he's also trying to look at racism beyond slavery as well. So highlighting to what extent perhaps in Islamic societies, the actual existence of slaves on multiple levels of society. So for example, many caliphs themselves were children of slave mothers, and also the presence of slaves in domestic households, how much that perhaps created in some ways less prejudice on the basis of social distinctions for slaves, but rather actually more prejudice based on racial stereotypes. So he kind of highlights that two different contradictory pictures actually, and these I think do exist, and I'll contrast this with another scholar after this. So the first position really represented, actually, if we go all the way back to Toynbee. Toynbee talks about how whites in Islam have generally not been prejudiced against darker skin. So he has a famous, I think, quote is, "Gentlemen prefer blondes, but in the Islamic world, they prefer brunettes." So something along these lines, kind of dismissing the idea of the existence of any kind of prejudice because it's hard to find evidence of prejudice against darker skin. Now, Lewis contrasts this with, and many of you might not know this, example actually from in the beginning of the 1001 Arabian Nights. You have this very kind of stunning scene where a king kind of walks into the garden and he sees his wife and all his maidservants frolicking with the black servants, mostly who are eunuchs. So Lewis says, there's a contradictory picture here. And so he tries to kind of address this by going through kind of a genealogy of the idea of race within the Islamic world. So if we go back to early Islam, for example, we talk about blackness. Ethiopians are, normally kind of portrayed in fairly normal, positive terms. Famous example, it was the king of Ethiopia who actually provided shelter to Muslims in the early phase of the Prophet Muhammad's career. And then as time goes by and as Muslim conquests actually bring about the boundaries of the Muslim world into further regions, and slavery becomes more institutionalized within society on a grander scale, the concept of blackness starts to emerge. And he actually points out that the existence of kind of what he calls anti-defamation literature. So Al-Jahiz, a famous Basran writer of the 3rd century, of the 8th century of the Common Era, wrote a famous book kind of defending the virtues of the blacks. So he says that texts like this actually show that there was increasing prejudice against blacks. And the evidence shows that Jahiz perhaps most probably was black himself. So having said that, he also points out a need to recognize the differences between contemporary prejudice against blackness or contemporary slavery, contrasted to kind of slavery as it was within Islam, being more kind of domesticated, the presence of kind of plantations being maybe more of an exception beyond the rule, and also the presence of military slave societies like the Mamluks, where slaves actually served in authoritative positions. So he says all these things need to be taken into consideration, but also to kind of maybe be wary of the myth of Islamic racial innocence. So my final concluding thoughts, really reading Lewis, is a lot of this is still relevant, but my question really, I guess, is to what extent he really managed to go beyond sort of thinking about race within Islam, beyond the paradigm of slavery, particularly black slavery. So in contrast to that, we have Broad, who has a chapter on this. This is, in some ways represents perhaps the kind of complacency towards this topic within Islamic. That racism, of course, it takes a very restricted definition of racism, restricting it to modern Euro-American Mendelian exceptionalism. So it's a question of all the genetics. So as long as there's no genetic idea or any question of heredity, then there's no such thing as proper racism as we understand it. And he actually goes and attacks Lewis for failing to distinguish between racism and what he considers to be color prejudice. And again, the same thing, the focus mainly tends to be on blackness and black slavery. Of course, very important topics, and there's actually been a lot more scholarship on this, but the kind of question of race in a kind of broader sense hasn't really been explored. So I guess my justification for entering this discussion, to some extent, I'm kind of drawing on inspiration from Muhammad Arkun's idea of the obligation particularly for Muslim scholars, to rewrite the histories of Islamic thought through a kind of dialectic framework of the unthinkable and the thinkable, or the thought and the unthought, and contributing perhaps to kind of idea of emergent reason. And I think in many ways then I also find inspiration from Geraldine Heng's kind of reformulation of the concept of race, going back into the Middle Ages and sort of broadening the definition of race as a structural relationship for the articulation and management of human differences, rather than the substantive content itself. So keeping an open mind, of course, and not taking any clear position here, but period. So the reason why I've given this title to the paper is, again, kind of in the tradition of the writers I'm looking at, who are also kind of, you could say, kind of literary figures, and often gave quite playful titles with kind of multiple layers of meaning. So I thought of Jinn's works on 3 levels, really, but also thinking about the famous story of the genie in the bottle who comes out and gives us three wishes. So the first dimension I want to look at is heredity. So jinns as genes, the idea of genetic kind of lineage, or the idea of lineage as a whole. We go back to the Bible. So to what extent, I'd like to ask, is race and racism hereditarian within a medieval Islamic society? So in some ways, this could address Broad's contention that there was no such thing as racism within traditional Muslim societies. The second jinns I'm looking at, and this of course is from the Latin and entered the Arabic, the jinns as genus. So we want to ask, to what extent race is involved in a kind of naturalism, an attempt to kind of classify human society as a whole. And these can be for different reasons, of course, for administration purposes, for curiosity. For now, I'm focusing on writers who are mainly aimed at other scholars and not so much on the level of administration, although there's been a lot of work in the Ottoman and the Mughal periods on this. And finally, and this is perhaps playful, but also I kind of want to ask, to what extent does the unsaid, the unthought, reflect ideas about race. So to what extent the obscuration, and the word jinn in Arabic, the genies, it comes from etymologically from the idea of obscuring or hiddenness. So to ask to what extent we can understand race by asking what isn't being asked, what isn't being mentioned by these writers. So, the three figures I'm looking at are Mas'udi, who was a kind of historian, geographer, early anthropologist of Islam. His famous book, Meadows of Gold, I guess. This is kind of charted territory within Islamic thought. So I'm not really going to be raising necessarily new things here, but maybe looking at what Mas'udi has to say, which is unsaid, the unthought of Mas'udi. And also another quite charted work, really, Maqdisi's famous geographical book, The Compositions in the Knowledge of Climes. And finally, we'll look a little bit at Ibn Nadim's kind of catalogue of books, the Fihrist. So just a note here, of course, Mas'udi, again, I say I'm entering charted territory and maybe trying to really look at this charted territory from new eyes. So there are, of course, translations of this, although actually this is kind of a lacuna in the field. We really need a proper new translation of Mas'udi. The only kind of good translation we have is really on focus on one particular section of the book. So Mas'udi, of course, is interesting because he's trying to draw on different sort of traditions. So he's trying to combine, on the one hand, the Hellenistic tradition of climatism with kind of the Quranic and biblical idea of human ancestry, of different kind of races coming from Adam. And according to Khalidi, who's probably done the only proper study of Mas'udi, he's the first Muslim historian to really try to do this. Although I think there's a case to be made for another previous figure of another previous generation, Yaqubi, who was sort of more or less roughly trying to do the same thing. So just in a few examples here, when we talk about heredity, what's interesting here, of course, on the left-hand side, you can see that he's kind of drawing on this, idea of Adam being created. So in the Islamic tradition, Adam was kind of created from different soils, and for that reason, the children of Adam are different colors. On the other hand, we also have this kind of climactic determinism. So when we look at like his kind of discussion on the Turks, and the Turks, his discussion on the Turks are interesting, and it makes me wonder to what extent he's thinking of them as products, because of course Turks were kind of a source of slaves. So he's talking about there was almost as if they were kind of some kind of cattle. So he talks about how, because of their kind of humors, whenever the climate becomes cold, their bodies become softer and they become less fertile. So on the one hand, we have kind of, fixed categories of race according to color, going back to kind of biblical Quranic ideas. But on the other hand, the capacity of these colors they're descended from Japheth, the son of Noah. On the other hand, because of the climate they're in, the coldness actually has turned them sort of red. And a particular example he gives are one kind of group of Turks who enter the boundaries of India, and through that, actually, they have changed. They adopt the colors of the Indians. They become dark. So I think, in summary, I think Mas'udi's, at least when we think about that particular dimension of Mas'udi, he's, I think, more on the side of climactic determinism, but at the same time, he's wary of denying giving credibility. He's worried about the integrity of the Islamic tradition and the biblical tradition as well. So he's sort of trying to play quite a clever and sneaky game of sort of maybe affirming these traditions while at the same time promoting the idea of climatism, combining the idea of 7 climes with the different humors. And actually, at the same time, there's almost like a kind of secularization of some of these narratives. So, he brings up the children of Cain. Of course, Cain famously, if you look at the biblical tradition and the Talmud, the descendants of Cain are sort of bad and corrupted people. And he sort of doesn't mention that. He actually points out to a group of Indians who actually are descended from Cain, who are kind of followers of the teachings of Adam. And on the other hand, of course, also reference to the Amalekites, another group which are have a kind of negative sort of position in the Bible. And again, he sort of diffuses anything like that, and in fact, even links them to the early history of the Persians. But what's interesting about Mas'udi as well is that there are kind of degrees of color as well. So, For example, because he tries to affirm the Indians as as one of the 7 great ancient nations of the world, he has to kind of place them somewhere outside of the category of normal blackness. So whereas the other blacks, Zanj, the Damadim, they don't provide any kind of clear major contributions to human civilization, the Indians stand out due to their intellects, their politics, their philosophy, the soundness of their humors, the clarity of their intellects, and that sort of makes them different. So there's even kind of degrees within the colors. And to what extent this has to do with climatism, it's a bit hard to say. The thing about Mas'udi, of course, is that he doesn't really, while he kind of has a kind of system, he doesn't really approach his topics quite systematically. He sort of jumps around quite a bit. And now finally, to the third kind of category of jinns, the obscuration. What's interesting is, again, here, there's a kind of tendency towards empiricism and skepticism. So kind of denuding the world of the mythological kind of background of Islamic tradition. He sort of doesn't really talk about the jinn, for example, even though he does mention the jinn in the early kind of creation stories, where the jinn, according to Muslim tradition, were kind of a race that were on earth before mankind. However, when he's kind of elaborates, goes into more detail about the different races on earth, the jinn never come into the discussion. And he actually tries to sort of dismiss reports about the Nas, which are kind of a sort of like, according to some traditions, kind of a pre-human kind of monkey-like race. And he argues that actually they're just human beings who are at the lowest and basest level of humanity. So what's interesting here, of course, as well, is what is unsaid, is that by kind of accepting the Nas as a kind of category within humanity, he's also kind of saying that there's a sort of hierarchy within the different races, within the different kind of categories of nations. How much time do I have left, Nikki?
You're at 15 minutes now, so...
Oh dear, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I knew this was going to happen. So I think I'll just, I'll kind of just align really on Maqdisi. Maqdisi, quite simply, just doesn't really bother with heredity at all. He sort of assumes the world is divided into climactic zones, and then likes to, in fact, actually, this is something I need to go more into, how consistent he is with microclimates, so the kind of impact of actual different locations on the different peoples, and also on their skin color. And again, no jinns are mentioned, no supernatural, which is surprising because out of the 3 examples, he's actually the most traditionalist among the 3. Whereas if we turn to Fihris, of course, we have examples here of stereotypes. So Turks, Bulgars, Khazars referred to as small-eyed races. Here's an interesting bit. I was going to talk about Karen Pinto's reference to the Beja.
Okay, we seem to have lost the connection there. Harith, can you hear me? Okay, I apologize about this. This is a kind of technical issue. I think we will, Harith doesn't seem to be connecting right now, so I think we will have to move on to the next presentation. So
sorry about that, Nikki. I got connected.
Okay. Yes. Okay. It's glad to see that you're back. So I'll give you a minute to finish up then. And,
I'll just just wrap up really. So some concluding thoughts really. And sorry, I probably over prepared for this as usual. It seems that we talk about the first genie in the bottle, heredity. It seems like we're moving away from heredity towards climatism, at least with these 3 writers. And of course, the question can be asked to what degree they're representative. Secondly, the specification genie, jins as genus, we do see that the hierarchies are primarily based on language, although there's a hyper awareness of color. But color here not really being defined by a contrast between whiteness and blackness, but more kind of a medium brownness and then divergences. So kind of highlighting people who are very white or very dark or very yellow for whatever reason. And finally, obscuration. I think this is a kind of interesting angle to take because this is where there's a lot of unsaid stuff, really. Maqdisi, for example, I didn't mention, he hardly ever mentions blacks or slaves. Slaves only enter into lists. So there's an obscuration of blackness in some ways, and at the same time, a kind of obscuration of the kind of mythological original idea of races from the Quranic and early Islamic tradition. Okay, I'll leave it at that, and hopefully I haven't taken up too much time. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Harith, and I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to return to all of this in our Q&A. Okay, moving on to our third speaker, Dr. Carice Dotten-Snitker, who is a historical sociologist and who is about to begin a postdoctoral position at the Universidad Carlos III in Madrid in the Department of Social Science. Her research investigates the structural roots of inequality and group-based exclusion. Presently, she is working on projects about medieval politics and ethno-religious groups and about how social processes spread new behavior. The title of her talk today is How Toleration Ended: The Political Processes of Expulsion in Medieval German Jewish Communities. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hold on a moment while I get my slides going. Oh, start at the beginning. Okay. So this paper is focused on the political process of medieval expulsions of Jews. And today I'm going to work through narratives of opportunities for expulsion in Constance, Germany, documenting how the treatment of Jews fit into ongoing political conflicts among Christians. In Constance, class conflict between the gentry, high status guilds, and low status guilds remade the city's governing structure. Intra-Christian civic conflict was grounds for reconsidering the inclusion of Jews. Intervention by the German emperor hastened the othering of the city's resident Jews. And eventually, city leaders chose ethno-religious exclusion as an affirmation of civic solidarity and a rejection of civic instability that the Jews came to represent. A little bit of just framing of the paper first before we get into the history of things. Symbolic boundaries divide people into groups through identifying categorical differences, such as in personal appearance, speech, cultural heritage, and more. Governments institutionalize social or symbolic boundaries, reserving different exercise of authority over different categorical groups. Now, when institutionalized, symbolic boundaries are also social boundaries. That is, they segment the material lives and opportunities of different parts of the population. Now, by classification, governments create social structure. In medieval Europe, concepts of symbolic groups included biological heritage and religious heritage. As Geraldine Heng summarized, and this has already been referenced today as well, in medieval Europe, differences were, quote, electively essentialized in order to distribute positions and powers differentially. This study is interested in why the institutionalization of a symbolic boundary, particularly political institutionalization, changes. Why would Jews be expelled from a city? I argue that the precipitating process of an expulsion is one that sows doubt among Christians that Jews are reliable members of the civic community. Now, there are a couple other arguments out there in literature, mainly in three camps. One scholarly tradition focuses on the financial utility of Jewish subjects, attributing expulsion to governments either satisfying pressing financial needs by dispossessing Jews, forcing short sales, or simply confiscating their assets, or else exploiting Jews to the point that governments could no longer extract anything further, making Jews disposable. This offers no insights as to why Jews would be othered and exploited in the first place, and it's not especially processual. Another explanation focuses on conflict between unequal groups as a major force in motivating and guiding exclusion and violence. One idea is that Jews were expelled through popular pressure because they were an economic threat to Christians. On the other side of things, political elites might initiate exclusion to reinforce their position and existing social structure among Christians. And third, constructivist theories stress new ideas and revised meanings. Broadly, minority groups may come to be seen as threatening the culture of a majority group. And elsewhere, I have argued that new religious ideas created an opportunity for expulsions by recategorizing Jews as threatening Christian community health and righteousness. And Mundell claims a similar cause for the 1290 expulsion from England. Each of these perspectives locates causation in different processes. So today I'll consider their merits through analyzing the history of the city of Constance, Germany in the late 14th century to the mid 15th century. Now, Constance was a well-established city involved in long-distance trade to Italy, the Champagne fairs, and Spain, as well as to African and Eastern Mediterranean coasts. Buying and selling for this business required money exchangers and money lending, and Jews were brought in for this reason in 1242 to supplement Christian financiers. After a Black Death pogrom in 1349, in which several hundred Jews were killed, Jews returned and resettled in Constance around 1375. Jews then lived in Constance until 1448, when the remainder of the community moved to Austrian cities. In the intervening decades, Constance experienced class conflict, financial downturns, and a major church conference that sparked a crusade within Europe. The city government issued orders for Jews to leave the city 4 times, but never followed through on enforcing expulsion. Tracing the histories of these episodes in history provides insight on what processes lead or do not lead to expulsion. Now, for the sake of time, today I'm only going to cover 3 periods in the 15th century. So we're going to start off with 1420 to 1430. In the 1420s, conflict in the city picked up. Different parties were trying to work out how to maintain a balance of power and how to have the power structure correspond to who was in the city. Stopping a mercantile oligarchy was of the utmost importance to the majority of the citizenry. Now, the main issue was that some financially mobile guildsmen had intermarried with the gentry, and the guilds were afraid of the economic and political consequences of losing their most prominent members to the new business of trading corporations and to a different social group. The city government was structured to balance the interests and representation of the guilds and the nobility. So it was a problem that the private interests of some guildsmen were now aligned with the nobility via marriage and business connections, even though they publicly represented the guilds. So the city was trying to figure out how to police with wealth accumulation that created social instability, and they banned some commercial activities. Some of the rich guildsmen emigrated to nearby cities in 1427, with others soon following. Now, with several of the leading families having left, city leaders tried a new social tactic to limit cross-class social mixing. They tried banning dances, which I think is a page out of Footloose. Additionally, some of the rich guildsmen were expelled from the city. Now, banning social functions and expelling prominent citizens certainly speaks to some desperation about how to handle the situation. Now, the year 1429 brought a cocktail factors of unrest to the city. Most of the nobility tried to relinquish their citizenship in September in an assembly before the city council, and the guilds responded by locking the city gates, assembling their militias, and threatening that city residents would loot the guildsmen's possessions within the city. At the same time, the city confronted a small recession, and then in December, a rumor started in nearby Ravensburg that Jews ritually murdered a city youth. Latent ongoing anti-Semitism was sharpened by the possibility that Jews committed such an offensive act, and the Jews were imprisoned little less than a month later in early 1430. For the German Emperor Sigismund, Jews' imprisonment was an excuse to intervene and an opportunity for financial gain to find the city and resolve his debts there. He tried to reassert control over the Jews and void a 1425 agreement with the city that delegated to the city government dominion and tax rights over Jews living there. These sorts of agreements had been ongoing for the past several decades. In July, the city council agreed to pay a fine, and Sigismund promised further intervention later in the year when he planned to visit the region, and the Jews were released. But the imprisonment of Jews was not the main storyline. While the Jews were captive, the conflict between the gentry, elite guild members, and the lower guilds continued. The Jews were imprisoned again at the end of July by the lower guilds in a putsch that ejected many of the guild representatives from the city council. The lower guilds were mad about how the upper guilds handled the negotiations over the Constance Jews. It was rumored that some of the council members had received bribes from the Jews. So this echoes ongoing concerns that city leaders would line their own pockets instead of protecting public interest. Sigismund decided himself that he himself would mediate between the parties in the city. And initially he assessed a huge fine for the disturbance and mistreatment of quote unquote his Jews. The city government negotiated down, and ultimately the city paid a large fine, and the Jews paid fines to both the city and the emperor. Most of the mediation concerned broader political conflict in the city, though. Sigismund reorganized the city guilds and the city legislature, relocating socioeconomic cleavages to be internal to the guilds rather than between them. His decrees seemed to have neutralized conflict, and they were enforced for over 100 years. And the fine extorted from the Constance Jewish community thoroughly wrecked the ability of the Jews to play the banking role the city government had wanted them to play. Unfortunately, Sigismund's resolution, while creating peace overall in the city, disrupted the mostly peaceable relationship between the Christian community and the Jews in Constance. And regrouping after 1430, the city began to curtail Jewish inclusion. As part of Sigismund's decrees, the city was to simplify its citizenship categories by eliminating one for residents that retained citizenship rights elsewhere, usually gentry or elite merchants. And maybe this directed the city's attention to the category of Jewish citizens too. First, Jews were forbidden in 1431 from holding property mortgages, which caused them much financial damage, as they had to unload these mortgages in short sales. In September 1431, Constance resolved to admit no new Jews. These appeared to be initial steps to reposition Jews and their position as partial citizens. In 1429, going back just to the previous slide, the city had used expulsion to solve problems of uncertainty about loyalty and commitment among the gentry and rich guildsmen. And now in 1432, Jews were told by the Rat to leave in November. Now in November, this was extended to March. And then a repeated expulsion order in 1433 gave May as the new date. And then this was extended to July. During this time period, the city was unable to get all the Jews to leave and eventually just dropped it and reversed course. Now remember that Jews had been repossessed by the emperor in the 1430 agreement after a long history of dominion under the city government. Now generally cities wanted control over taxation. Darman argues that cities at the time were trying not to destroy the financial power of their Jewish communities, but the empire was doing this with abandon. So not only had the emperor reclaimed the Jews, drawing them outside the purview of the city government, but in doing so, he also decimated their economic capacity. Sigismund's extraordinary assessment on the Constance Jews, plus the economic fallout, would have emphasized two things. Jews were not categorically part of the Constance civic community, and Jews could not be economically loyal to the civic community. So very clearly, Jews' economic behaviors would have been at odds with the city economy, and so doubt about their governability, just like the merchant elite who had caused so much trouble in the preceding decades. So their continued presence was a threat to city stability. Now, what the city does after the city's expulsion attempts is instructive about their thinking. From 1434, records of Jewish taxes were moved to be with non-residents, a category shift in the position of Jews within the city. As a process, the city used administrative means to alienate their Jewish community. Jews advocated for themselves to avoid being uprooted, and their efforts were at least partly successful. But for the city leaders, Jewish otherness had never been felt so strongly. Now, the next hiccup occurred in 1440, when the city decreed expulsion again, but it was not enforced or even extended like in the previous decade. And in 1443, another ritual murder accusation again prompted the imprisonment of Jews in Constance. And this one directly involved a Constance Jew. Some Jews tried to flee, knowing that imprisonment in the region historically led to exorbitant ransoms or to execution, and they were pursued by Constance citizens and forcibly brought back. In fact, all the Jews in the region were imprisoned in Constance. Again, Constance dragged its feet, though, on expelling Jews, and the city refrained from genocidal violence. From the late 1430s, the empire had been pursuing a more aggressive policy of extracting from cities via Jews, trapping Jews in the Christian perception that Jews were the king's Handlungsträger, or operatives. Now, this ritual murder accusation seems to be the excuse the city needed to confront the empire. The city wrote to the Emperor Friedrich III, who had just been elected and crowned that same year, about what to do and how to resolve the issue. Now, negotiations went on for 5 years, with the Jews imprisoned the whole time. The imprisoned Jews were finally released in 1448, But this time the city does not appear to have paid a fine or received any payment from the Jews like in 1430, and neither did the king extort anything from the Jews. However, the price of Jews' release was that they sell their assets and their property. Forcing the Jews to liquidate their possessions would have compelled Jews to accept low prices and to put Christian buyers on an advantage. So Christian residents certainly still benefited personally from this racket. We'll close up now. So getting to the implications of this, the social history of Constance from the 14th into the 15th century was a history of struggle for cooperation and social solidarity as material and social context changed in the city. Despite having material and ideological conditions that might have triggered the exclusion of Jews, the city government never actually expelled Jews. It was an action by the emperor that removed Jews from the city. Oh, that's what I forgot to say, sorry. So in 1448, what ends up happening is that the Jews are allowed to leave after they sell their possessions and moved to lands owned by the emperor's brother. So the civic community was generally in the midst of a group-making process, but it was secondarily related to excluding Jews and primarily related to the city commune. Within the city, different groups had different obligations in order to access rights and collective goods like security. The rich guildsmen and gentry earned distrust, and the city denied them rights and security in 1429, even expelling some of them. This was an important precedent for the city government's 1431 decree expelling Jews. Although the city government removed Jews from the civic community via imprisonment in 1443, the city still did not formally expel Jews. Instead, civic leaders bargained with the emperor because his authority and intervention was what was truly at stake. Now, in Constance, to sum up my argument, it was an ethnic process that resulted in the institutional exclusion of Jews that was embedded in a broader non-ethnic process. Ultimately, Jews were removed from Constance because the civic regime could not effectively govern them. This case demonstrates that inter-ethnic antagonism is not necessarily a proximate cause for exclusion. Institutionalized social closure can occur without narratives of economic threat or cultural threat. Further, malice or individual selfishness are not the ultimate root of exclusion in this case. Societal level intolerance can originate from pro-social communal concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really fascinating. And again, thank you so much for keeping to time. We'll move on to our final speaker for this session, Deepak Kumar, who is Professor of Journalism and Media Studies at Rutgers University. Professor Kumar is the recipient of the Dallas Smythe Award for her engaged scholarship and the Georgina Smith Award for her work on gender and race equity. She is affiliated faculty in the departments of Women and Gender Studies and Sociology, and with the Centers of Middle Eastern Studies and Race and Ethnicity. Her research centers on Islamophobia, empire, gender, race, neoliberalism, labor, social class, culture, and media. She is also the author of Outside the Box, Corporate Media, Globalization, and the UPS Strike, published in 2007, and also with Islamophobia and the Politics of Empire, published in 2012. Her title today is Islam and Proto-Racism in Medieval and Early Modern Europe.
Thank you, Nikki. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay. So thank you for that introduction, and thank you so much to James for inviting me to present at this conference. It's been fascinating so far. As was said, I study Islamophobia, and the first edition of my book was published in 2012. And back then, I believed that Islamophobia goes back all the way to the Crusades, but I've since actually rethought this position. And in the second edition, which is coming out next year, I'm actually arguing a different position, which I'm going to articulate today. It's not yet set in stone, so if people have ferocious disagreements or just mild disagreements, please raise them. I look forward to learning and to honing my thoughts on this question. So let me state at the outset that I am not a historian and not a medieval historian either. I read quite a bit by medieval historians, and I've had some historians who I respect look through the chapter and offer feedback, but I'm sure there are various nuances that I'm missing. Now, one of the things that I struggled with in trying to think about anti-Muslim racism, about prejudice and so on, is what is race and what is prejudice, xenophobia, and ethnocentrism, right? Is elective, selective, or strategic essentialism enough to call something racism? And I think one's definition of racism informs what we find and how we present our arguments about processes of racial formation. And so I want to begin by saying a little bit about how I have come to understand race and racism by referencing scholars who I've been influenced by. So Stuart Hall, cultural studies scholar, argues that human beings have always been involved in the process of classification, of differentiation. He calls this a cultural impulse that we need to generate meaning. And he suggests that by itself, this is actually a benign impulse. That is, differentiation, categorization is not automatically racialization. But it becomes so when, quote, system of classification become the objects of the dispossession of power. So it is these power dynamics then that lead to differences in how people are treated or to what we might understand as structural discrimination. Similarly, race scholars Barbara and Karen Fields argue that, quote, racism is first and foremost a social practice, which means that it is an action and a rationale for action or both at once. In other words, race, such as it is actually brought into being by racism. At least that's what Fields and Fields argue in their book, Racecraft. So race doesn't exist. Racial regimes based on expropriation, exploitation, and exclusion bring races into being. And yet it's also true that a majority of scholarship on race, as sociologist Eduardo Bonilla Silva argues, focuses on race as an ideological or discursive construct rather than focus on the structural conditions of its formation and reproduction. So all this is to say that categorization, essentialization, and so on are necessary conditions for the thing we call race and racism, in whatever form it's articulated, skin color, religion, culture, nationality, and so on. But I've come to believe that it's not sufficient to show that it is racism rather than ethnocentrism, xenophobia, prejudice, and so forth. So my own understanding of race is that it is a post-Enlightenment phenomenon of othering that emerges from projects of exploitation, exclusion, dispossession, or discrimination. And I belong to the school of thought that sees religious othering as being of a different register than post-Enlightenment scientific forms of othering, which are tied to structures of capitalism and imperialism. As indigenous scholar Patrick Wolf puts it, quote, European xenophobic traditions such as Judeophobia, Islamophobia, or Negrophobia are considerably older than race. Though most, if not all, of its ingredients can be found in earlier classifications, race itself is a distinctive configuration of ideological elements that we do not find configured in this way before the late 18th century, but we do find so configured and mutually reinforcing from that time on. So today I'll be talking very briefly about chapter 1, which is called Islam, where really I'm talking about anti-Islam propaganda and anti-Saracen propaganda, and then proto-racism in early modern Spain in the Iberian Peninsula. And of course, my argument is that it's not simply religion or religious rivalry, the clash of civilizations framework, but rather it is empire, inter-imperial rivalry, and geopolitical conflicts that are the crucible of anti-Islam and anti-Saracen propaganda, as well as early modern proto-racism. Yesterday in her keynote address, Geraldine Heng laid out really well how Saracens were depicted and understood in the context of the Crusades, as well as how the Prophet Muhammad was vilified. So I won't say too much about that, except to say that the term Saracen itself has been used at least since the 1st century CE, and it got associated with Islam only much later on. So who a Saracen is and what characterizes the supposed person and what qualities they have has changed across time and of course is different in different regions. So the view in Northern Europe in the 8th century is quite different from that in the region that we call the Middle East today, and is different from Spain and the Iberian Peninsula. Also, in the context of the Crusades, the relatively benign attitudes towards Saracens in Northern Europe would change and become more hostile. And the same is true of the Reconquista, but that depended on where you were, if you were in Castile or Aragon versus Granada. So there's no singular constructions of Saracens in every part of society or in every sphere, politics, art, and culture, they're all divergent. Same is true of the Prophet Muhammad. While he was reviled in horrible ways, as Norman Daniels' classic work shows, right? He was said to have epileptic fits, and that's what led to his revelations. He's supposed to have been suffocated by pigs, and that's how he died, etc. Just the most awful, awful stuff. More recent scholarship, particularly that of John Tolan, suggests that in fact the picture was more contradictory. Muhammad was not just presented as an impostor, a heretic, a pagan idol. He was also seen as a visionary leader, a reformer, and a lawgiver. And the question is, how did various Christians actually encounter the new Muslim armies? Again, that's really sort of varied. So in Eastern Rome, in the Byzantine Empire, at first in the 8th century, some Christians actually welcomed the new rulers. This is particularly true of dissidents who found it easier to live under Arab rule because the Arabs had not yet developed a law or a doctrine that applied to them. But for the most part, historian Albert Hourani argues that it really didn't matter to lay people if they were, quote, ruled by Iranians, Greeks, or Arabs. What you also saw is a process of mass conversion in the first few centuries of Muslim rule. It's debated among historians because there are no exact figures and statistics, and certainly by no means was this uniform. So as late as the early 13th century, a majority of Egyptians were actually still Christian. Now, all this is to say that among a minority of Christian writers in Byzantine territories, in Southern Europe, in the Iberian Peninsula, who came up against Muslim rule, developed anti-Islam polemics, which then travel to Northern Europe in the context of the Crusades and the Reconquista. Now, these were minority views, and it's something that I realized only as I was reading recent historical work and after I came across David Thomas's History of Christian-Muslim Relations, which is so far, I think, only 13 volumes long. But at first I was more influenced by Norman Daniels' work, and he sees everything as just awful, which it was. At any rate, in the context of the Crusades and the Reconquista, you see the most awful constructions of Saracens, right? And which is predictable, given that these were written for recruitment purposes, and this was propaganda. But what I found is that there's nothing new. There's no new project of racial formation taking place, because in the Crusader Chronicles, what you find is that the Saracens are being compared to the Romans of the classical era, right? They're shown as idol worshippers. They are shown as praying to Apollo and Jupiter, and they've somehow discovered the word Mahomet, and so they say they pray to Mahomet. So that's one of the modes of othering. They also compare them to the barbarians. They compare them to various pagans and of course to Jews. And so it's a process by which religious othering is taking place using tropes and metaphors from familiar others, right? But again, this is contradictory. So in the fantastically popular French epic poems known as the Chansons de Geste, Saracens, of course, are presented as devils, as monsters, as giants, and so forth. But then there are these, very virtuous knights who are presented as the moral equivalent of the Christian knights. The only flaw in their character was that they were Muslim, that they weren't Christian. And so a common literary device in this genre was to stage a duel between the Christian and Saracen knights, where the Saracen was almost certain to be defeated and to be killed, but this fate is averted by conversion to Christianity. So in other words, religious othering was not permanent and marked in one's body. And Christian universalism doesn't mean that othering didn't happen, as one of the previous speakers pointed out, but I think it's an important factor in terms of understanding what othering in medieval times were versus early modern or the post-Enlightenment period. And so now I'm going to switch to, how much time do I have left?
You have 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, great. I'm not going to talk about Saladin and Dante and all the rest of it. So let me quickly go to the situation in the Iberian Peninsula. So essentially, escape from persecution through conversion, as is well known, ended in the early modern era in the Iberian Peninsula, and particularly in Spain. But my argument is that this is not full-blown racism, but proto-racism for the following reasons. Now, many scholars have written about how biological notions of difference, as seen in limpieza de sangre or blood purity laws, became systematic, and they were applied first to the Jewish population and then to the Muslim population. And whereas in medieval times, as I said earlier, conversion was an option, it wasn't so to escape persecution. So even after you converted, you were considered a crypto-Jew or a crypto-Muslim, actually secretly practicing your religion. And through the course of the 16th century, you see a whole series of discriminatory laws and practices go into being, eventually leading to the expulsion of the Moriscos, as they were called, in the early 17th century. Now, to be sure, Moriscos were viewed as inferior for various reasons, mostly having to do with their position in the social hierarchy. They were peasants and artisans as opposed to members of the ruling elite. But these attitudes sat uneasily with attitudes towards the powerful Muslim kingdoms in North Africa and the Near East. So there was an association of Moriscos with the Ottomans, and that cast them as agents of a powerful empire. So what you have really is a situation where Moriscos, the converted Muslims, occupied a liminal space between inferiority in certain ways, because they were second-rate Christians, they were members of a lower class, but also superiority because of their association with the Ottomans, who were respected in various parts of Europe at the time. They were seen as Europeans of a sort and so forth. And so some of the ingredients of modern racism really didn't exist at this point, which is a consistent essentialization and a process by which they're seen as, generalized as being inferior. And so this is really, in my view, a process of proto-racism. And that shouldn't surprise us, because the early modern era really is a transitional period. It contains aspects of medieval forms of othering, as well as anticipating what is to come in the post-Renaissance and post-Enlightenment period. So let me come to a close with this, which is that one of the things I've tried to be careful about is not to accept race's own essentialism, right? Because race comes into being always projecting back into the past as if it's always existed. I mean, the way that Etienne Balibar puts it is that racism has always combined claims of continuity with the past with present-oriented flexibility in defining the exact boundaries of these reified entities we call racism or ethno-national religious groupings. And the other trap I've tried to avoid is to take what are present concerns and put them back into the past. Helen Scott, post-colonial scholars, calls this presentism which involves imposing contemporary concerns and assumptions onto periods prior to their inception in ways that naturalize social forces and ideology. So in a nutshell, this chapter is about anti-Muslim and anti-Saracen propaganda. It's about proto-racism in the early modern era. And in the next chapter, I study full-blown racism in the era of capitalist imperialism in the 19th century. So thank you.
Thank you. That was that sounds like a very, very interesting project. Okay. Thanks to all our speakers sticking to time. We now have quite a long time to engage in discussion. And I'm sure there will be some questions. There is one that I have that has been put into the Q&A now. I'm not sure that I can actually unmute the speaker so that she can ask the question herself. So for now, I will read the question. The question is for Claire, and it's by Susan Lape, and it says, thanks for a great paper. Quick clarification. You asked whether the self-attribution of essentialized traits, self-identification, should be considered in terms of race. Can you clarify why this wouldn't be the case, and what is at stake for your work and how this is characterized? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for this very interesting question. And I already saw it in the Q&A, so I had a little bit of time to think about it. And yes, I think it has to do with, so there are there's a lot of debate about or discussion about racism and races versus ethnicity, as a lot of these papers in this conference are also addressing. And on the one hand, there's the question of to what extent is racism versus and race versus ethnic a distinction between essentializing traits and ethnicity as groups taking their identity from social and their traits based on cultural and social practices. So one would be more fixed and the other would be more fluid. And then there's a second question, which is something also that was addressed yesterday. The question to what extent racial qualifications can be used to enforce differences. So to what extent are there institutions and states and structures in place that can impose these categories, and also, for instance, in legal structures, impose them on others, and, for instance, strip people of property rights. And these two definitions of and approaches to race and ethnicity are tied together somewhere. And when I'm looking at the sources between 950 and 1250, first of all, you see that even if whether or not you define them as ethnic or racial, there is a flexibility and a fluidity to the extent to which these traits are considered to be inherited, considered to be fixed, which is something I think the last speaker is also alluding to. So there is also in the scientific texts of this period, a tendency to say, for instance, that specific traits are innate, but that they can also, through divine grace, for instance, through hard work, be changed. But then there's a sort of strategic, opportunistic tendency to say that some groups are more able to change their innate characteristics than others. So for instance, you see in the case when they're talking about Jewish essentialized traits, it's very difficult, even if a Jew were to convert to Christianity, to change, according to this Christian narrative, to change these fixed traits. And this also relates to, okay, so to what extent are these, when people are talking about these traits, are they producing these categorizations themselves, or are they being imposed on by others? And I think one of the major sort of implications of this whole discussion is how do racialized classifications relate to national identities, because when in most scholarship, when talking about English cultural traits, French cultural traits, German cultural traits, they are usually framed as outcomes of social and cultural traditions and practices, whereas when we're talking about racialized Jewish or Muslim or whatever, then they are framed as being racialized. And I think this has been able to, the way that we talk about national identities versus racial stereotypes is because, especially also after the Second World War, there was a sort of attempt to sort of salvage the national identity vis-a-vis these racial classifications, and hence a tendency also to talk about European, English, French, etc. categories as ethnic rather than as racial. So the implication really is, what I'm saying here really is that, for instance, when you look at sources speaking about French civilized traits, English civilized traits, etc., if you can argue that they're using the same scientific and religious constructions to talk about these traits as they are when they're talking about Jewish stubbornness or Muslim unreliability, that would imply that that these are all racial constructions, and that would imply that a lot of constructions that we now call national identities are perhaps racialized identities, which is, I think, something that we don't really discuss that much, and has a lot at stake, because it's sort of ultimately discussing what are the nation states, the ideas behind it, what are they based on? I hope I have given an answer to this question.
I hope so too. Since I can't directly contact Susan, I can't answer that, but I do have a follow-up of my own, which I think partly kind of links with this with the point that you're making. And when you showed those catalogues of on your slide of the various kind of peoples, I was struck by the fact, which obviously for medieval historians is not particularly surprising, but these aren't necessarily races that they're talking about. They're not even necessarily peoples that they identify as distinct peoples. So when you have the Cretans, for instance, who are always liars, these aren't identified as a race. They're basically taking a quote out of Paul, and they're using it there. So how does that affect your argument and your research? The fact that the fact that the categories that they use don't really overlap. I mean, it depends on the period, but they don't really overlap with our modern understanding of either race or ethnicity. So you know, they do when we're talking about the Jews, they could, if we're talking about the English and the French, though even those categories obviously are very different in the Middle Ages, but with some other ones that might be kind of broadly lumped in as Easterners, they don't really overlap. So does that?
But that really, so yeah, I understand your question, but that again really, I think hinges on how you define. I don't call them races in my book. I call them groups. Ethnic groups. It really depends on the definition of a race, and if you take the broader definition about that it's essentializing differences, then you do see that that whether you're talking about Cretans as being liars or Persians being perfidious, or there is the essentialization of the traits, even if they would not fit into a modern category of what we would today consider, when we're talking about the 21st century, to be a nation or an ethnic group or a race. And I think we really have to let go of of that narrow definition, which is something I think that was argued extensively yesterday also, when you're looking at these categories. And I think the fundamental approach is to look at how essentialization is used to frame difference, and that it's very intersectional. So you can see it sort of slipping into when they're talking about women, or when they're talking about serfs, or when talking of so many different groups, and that the actual the commonality is how is being talked about traits of humanity, such as rationality, such as discipline, such as strength, manliness, etc. And then, so that would be my approach to it, because otherwise you're sort of looking at how can you tick off boxes. Okay, this is an ethnic group, this isn't an ethnic group. And I don't think that's the question. I don't think that was for them the relevant way to approach these various categories. I think
absolutely. I agree. I agree that this wasn't what they were trying to do.
No.
But this raises another issue. What about positive stereotyping of foreigners? Yeah. So, for example, when they talk about the Georgians being being as brave and kind of
yes.
Manly
yeah.
as the Franks.
Yeah. So my view is that all these forms of stereotyping are mirrors, and that has to do very much with the relational aspect also of how selves and others are, how people are able to talk about selves and others. And so in a lot of cases, when they're talking about positive traits, it's relational, saying, okay, you look at yourself is, for instance, less virtuous than the other. So it's mirroring again within this framework of talking about degrees of desired human traits. And so it also depends on, in power discourses, on the kind of argument you're trying to make. So, for instance, you see in these monastic circles that there will be more emphasis on positive traits of others, because they are also really talking about the innate or very difficult to erase vices within every individual, and also within groups that are framed using environmental determinism. I think in a political context, when you're looking at narratives about colonization or something, you'll see it less often happen, because they're making a different argument. So these are rhetorical arguments, I would say, that are flexible.
Thank you very much. I have various other questions for other speakers, but I think I'd probably better give other people the chance to ask questions. There's no other questions in the chat, as I can see here. So I'll give people on the... Hello?
May I make a comment?
Of course.
Thank you. So I find all of this work really fascinating. Again, like I said, I'm not a medieval historian, but it makes me think about a few things, which is that if race is any kind of classification and any kind of essentialization, that is, peasants were all seen in a certain way as having certain qualities, serfs were seen as having certain qualities, then what about the narratives of the serfs, of their masters? I'm sure they saw their masters in a certain kind of way. Women were seen as having certain essential qualities. So race becomes everything. Then what is it that is unique or distinctive? What about sexism? What about misogyny? And I guess because I don't work in this history, I work very much in the present. And have to push back against ideas of reverse racism in the United States, right? In the Trump era and even before that, the idea that somehow people of color who articulate certain notions about white people are also racist. These are politically fraught questions, which therefore make me a little uncomfortable about saying that old definitions of race should be abandoned and that race is everything.
Would anybody like to comment on this? I mean, I agree with you. Personally, I feel that if we extend the, and I'm not a specialist in race, I am a medievalist, but not a specialist in race, but my personal views are kind of the more traditionalist, on the more traditionalist side, that if we extend the definition of race to cover every kind of ethnic or kind of out-group dislike, then that leaves modern racism as something not at all unique and not necessarily in any way worse than whatever humans do generally. But I don't know if other people agree with me here.
I would say that it's not so much about seeing which form of essentialization is worse or better than in which period, but to want to understand the mechanisms and the ways in which difference are framed. I don't use race actually in my own book as I don't talk for this because it's so complicated and because it immediately triggers these kinds of, but I do discuss it in the asking these questions because of the fact that there's also so much invested in saying, okay, if everything is ethnic, it means that that people are not talking about essentialized traits, which is the other side of the discussion, which is also very problematic. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think you can, depending also probably, I think in Europe it's slightly different than perhaps in the United States, although I don't know, but you pick your definition and you're very clear about what's at stake. But yeah, I think there are problems on both sides of the equation, to be honest.
Can I raise two questions actually? I think Deepa Kumar, you thinking of Talal Asad's work on religion.
Harith, you broke up. Could you
sorry.
Perhaps remove your video, and that way we can hear you very clearly?
Yeah. Sorry, my internet connection is not very stable. So the first question was, if we sort of say that before the modern day of concept of racism, we go back to the Middle Ages, that we should use religion as a kind of dominant paradigm to talk about othering, to talk about prejudice. But that concept itself is also kind of a modern concept. It's also kind of, in some ways, a form of presentism. I'm thinking of Talal Asad's work on the genealogy of religion as a concept, as a modern concept. And secondly, I guess this is for anybody who wants to answer, but you could answer it as well, Kumar, if you like it. Is the I guess someone mentioned modern racism, but if we talk about modern racism, then aren't we kind of over projecting a kind of racism to everybody living in modernity? So is racism in Bangladesh or China or Nigeria the same as racism in I mean, so there's lots of different things going on here. So aren't we sort of like also oversimplifying the situation by using the categories religion and modernity?
Yeah, so my response, Harith, thank you for that question, is that my understanding is that, at least in medieval Europe, that Christianity was the framework through which people made sense of the world, right? So what medieval historians that I've read have said is that every group of people that were not us were slotted into one of three categories: believer, pagan, or infidel. And that was the system that was used. Now, again, I'm not a historian. I am channeling people who I read. Feel free to disagree with them and me. But that was the way in which people tried to make sense of the Muslim invasions, if you will. And so Albert Hourani and others have argued that the way in which people try to explain why it wasn't going to be. So the prediction was that after the Romans were converted, after various pagans were converted into Christianity, Christianity would be sublime for the rest of history. And yet here come the Muslims, and they've occupied Southern Europe. They have, defeated the Byzantine Empire, or at least taken over large parts. And the defeat doesn't happen until the Turkish, until the Ottomans and so forth. And so how do you explain this? Well, part of how they explained it is that this is what God wanted. This is how things were meant to be, which is what paves the way, from what I understand from Tolan and others' work, to conversion. It's like, okay, this new religion must be the religion that God has picked. So these were the dominant modes of thought and of making sense of the world and of history, until, of course, you come to the Renaissance, at which point there are different notions of history and the movement of people, of religion itself. And then, of course, in the Enlightenment period as well. Herder and Hegel had different ways of explaining human history and its evolution than previous times.
Thank you. There is another question in the Q&A this time. Two questions actually, addressed to Carice by Yair Wallach. Firstly, clarifications. Could Jews be members of the guilds? Secondly, your account discussed the expulsion in terms of civic inclusion and its discontent, but also as a proxy war between the city and the empire. How do these two accounts coexist, and what role does race play in both of them?
Thank you. I'll answer the first clarification first, and then use the second question to stake my claims about whether race or racism could exist in medieval Europe. So firstly, Jews generally could not be members of guilds. And that's not always because there was an outright prohibition on it, but because of the regulations about how you became a member of a guild had to do with potentially inheriting membership or gaining membership through marriage, and also through apprenticeship practices and other training that no one would have invited a Jew to be participating in. So there's a no there, but it wasn't always necessarily a legal prohibition. But on to the bigger question about how we get how I'm positioning this local political process and also an imperial legal process and the role of race there. Personally, the arguments that I make about the position of Jews within the German Empire at the time of medieval Europe really has to do with these two processes. I think these are the things that were fundamentally governing what was going on economically and politically in terms of the position of Jews. That you have these local conflicts and then the conflicts that are going up to the larger stage between cities that have some more size, some more institutional weight, and that you have these multifaceted sort of political conflicts happening on multiple fronts, going sort of internally that are government down and government internally between different elites, and then going up the level to the higher level of elites. So I think these things definitely happen, and it's the intersection of those that's most dangerous for Jews. And the role of race in both of them, I guess here's where I lay out my general argument about race in medieval Europe, is that for Jews, I do think racism in a modern sense is what's at stake, because difference was necessary for othering Jews, but it was not sufficient for creating these broader social structures that then result in very severe exploitation and exclusion. So the case of Jews is really a process, I think, of racialization that comes about most fully in the 14th and especially into the 15th centuries, because you have this intersection of difference that's ethnic and religious. I go back and forth between using ethno-religious and ethno-racial. So you have some sort of categorical difference that's about practice. It's also essentialized in terms of you cannot get rid of it. It is something that you inherit. It's something physically about you and your descendants. So you have those two components, but there's also very much an economic component, and it's tied into the political economy. And it becomes the case that it cannot be separated, that you have this religious and racial in terms of essentialized difference, that I think it becomes racial because you have this connection to the political economy, because you have exploitation at the hands of different governments. So sometimes that's at the city government level. That wasn't the case that much here in Constance today, or at least I didn't talk about it. But it really, when it becomes clear that the empire, that the German emperor is involved in exploiting Jews as a way to exploit other parts of his realm, that's where you get this part that's coming in, that it's their position of economic precarity, where Jews eventually essentially cannot occupy any other economic roles except for precarious and othered and stigmatized roles. And this is a process that happens, which is why I think of it as racialization, that it's not that Jews were always racialized, but that there's degrees to this that happens across this period, so that by the time you get to the modern era, you have these multiple streams of ethno-religious difference, of physical and essentialized traits, and also of a political and economic position that's tied to governments, that's tied to social structure, that becomes very hard to disentangle.
Thank you. I have another question, which is more of a, and it should be short, I think, a kind of methodological, perhaps, question for Deepa, and I do agree with almost every single thing you said in what I thought was a very interesting paper. You did mention, however, that these kind of anti-Islamic views, you see them as minority views, and that perhaps for a large period most of the population would not have shared these views. And my question is, how can we know that? I mean, they're certainly elite views in the sense that they are written down by people mostly for propaganda propaganda purposes, but is there any way to know that these were not shared by most of their kind of co-religionists or compatriots or whatever else you want to call them?
Yeah, in the absence of surveys, it is very hard. We can only speculate, I suppose, based on what is known. And so the debates around conversion is people generally turn to, right? Which is that if these views were really held by the vast majority of people, why would mass conversion have actually occurred in the lands that Muslim rulers actually occupied? Again, this was not uniform. It's, as I said, as late as the early 13th century, a majority was still Christians. But it seems from the evidence that is there that most people continued with their lives without focusing necessarily on who the new rulers were, right? Whether they were Persian, whether they were Greek, whether they were Muslim or what have you. And then there is the interesting case of Al-Andalus, right? Muslim rule in the Iberian Peninsula and the 300 years that's called the Golden Age. Of course, it's, that too is debated quite a lot by scholars of that period. But the way, after reading through that material, my own view is that some of the negative attitudes towards the Moors, as they were called, right, begins to dissipate in a climate of prosperity, right? This is the first 300 years, even though northern Spanish rulers are trying to launch the Reconquista, they're not in a position to actually come into the heart of Al-Andalus. So relative peace, prosperity, and so forth leads to a program of Arabization so that Arabic becomes the lingua franca, so that Arab customs of clothing styles and so on are adopted. And Christians start to speak in Arabic and are more interested in Arab poetry and literature than in their own, which is what leads Alvarez, one of these polemicists, to complain bitterly that Christians have been co-opted and only a few people like him are actually wanting to hold on to good Christian values and all the rest of it. So I think it's evidence like that, which is the fact that Alvarez is not only condemning ordinary Christians who become Arabized, the Mozarabs as they were called, but also that the elite have been co-opted because the Muslim rulers actually had bishops and clergy and so on within seats of power. So those official sources weren't terribly interested in putting out polemics because their power was actually tied to it. So, I think the method, Nikki, as you asked, is, for me at least, is to always look at it in a context-specific way, which is what is happening at a particular moment that leads to a combination of attitudes and views and so forth. And Mark Cohen, who writes about, the experience of Jews in Al-Andalus as well as elsewhere, suggests that, the dhimmi, as they were called, would hardly have become Arabized if there weren't incentives, if they couldn't prosper. Mm-hmm. And there were certainly enough sections who did prosper that they accommodated to and accepted and were Arabized during this period. So, his argument, Mark Cohen's argument, is that in general, in the period that he studies, the Jewish population was better off under Muslim rule than under Christian rule.
Good, thank you very much. Now we have 2 minutes until the break. So is there anybody that would like to ask one final quick question? No, in which case I would like to thank our speakers again for what was truly a fascinating session, which I certainly enjoyed very much. There's more to come. There's more such fun to follow. So there's a short break now, 15 minutes, and there's a session on early modern Europe at 4:05. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Hello, Justine.
Hello.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really happy to see you.
Me too. To see you.
So you had a question about slides. So Stephen is your chair for the session. But as he said, you can just, you should see at the bottom of the screen, the share screen, and several presenters have used that, and it seems to be working fine. But we'll keep an eye on it. So like Stephen said, if you want to email it to me just in case.
That's what I'm doing. The only reason I ask is because I just the other day was doing this and I hit the share and it didn't work and it was not a pleasant experience. So I'm trying to send them to you right now. And what how are we for time? When is this?
We're due to start in a few minutes.
Okay.
Let me just share.
I had myself down as coming second in the lineup.
Yeah, correct. Let me just, I will share with you where we are.
Hello.
This is Stephen, your chair. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to email you this giant. Hold on.
Hi, this is Brian. I'm standing by.
Hello, Brian. Welcome.
Hi, Brian.
Okay, everyone, this is where we are at the moment. So we're just waiting for Dr. Mitten to come in. Once he comes,
okay,
then Stephen can take the floor. Stephen is your expert chair for this session. I almost said this afternoon, but of course, that's a bit of Eurocentrism just there.
I want to add, I'm going to have to pop out at when the hour hits because I have to lecture for my class.
Sure. I mean,
Q&A might get interrupted for me, is the point.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. We are living in the situation we're living in. We're just very happy for everybody to be contributing in any way that they can. In any case, everybody's been keeping to time today, and the papers are 15 minutes so that we've got plenty of discussion time. So we should be finishing on time in any case. Anyway, I'm going to disappear because I'm sure the people watching us are fed up with the sight of me.
Yes, James, but just before you go, can I ask a question?
Well, I'm not going to the Bahamas. I'm still here.
Can you please go to the Bahamas?
I'd love to.
No, seriously though, in terms of the Q&A at the end, are we still trying to basically unmute and allow people in via video who are asking questions?
No chairs have done that since the beginning, but it's perfectly fine to do that because I mean, it would be nice to hear the voices of the attendees. So, you know, I mean, the main thing is for them to put the questions in the question and answer box so we know that they have the question, but then you can call on them, unmute them and ask them to ask that question. I think that you know, it's more human, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you're the boss, Stephen, so it's up to you. You're cool.
I've never had that title in my life.
Well, there you go. Long may it continue.
No,
now
too dangerous.
I really am off. I am switching myself off now. Okay. Okay, Nicholas has arrived. Welcome.
Hello,
Tom.
hi.
Welcome, Dr. Mitten. Lovely to have you. I think now everyone is present and correct, Stephen. So the floor is yours.
Rock and roll. Excellent. We just ready to kick off then, James? Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll just put the focus on you and disappear myself.
So welcome to session 3 of Centering Race and History, Antiquity to the Present. My name's Stephen Ash and I have the pleasure of chairing this session on early modern Europe. We have 4 speakers, each of whom will present for 15 minutes. During the presentations, you can use the Q&A function at the bottom of the screen to post any questions you might have for today's speakers, and we will return to those questions at the end after all 4 speakers have presented. Our first speaker this afternoon is Dr. Nicholas Mitten from the University of Newcastle here in the UK. Nicholas is an intellectual historian of early modern Europe and situates his research between the history of scholarship, the history of political thought, and the history of religion and belief. Today, Nicholas will be talking to us about race, religion, and moderation in pre-Enlightenment Europe. Over to you, Nicholas.
Thanks very much, Stephen, and thanks. Well, James for suggesting that I submit a paper to this conference, which I've been enjoying. I don't have a presentation, so I'll just be speaking. So I hope that's fine. I'll try to stick to time. So here we go. Now this paper emerges from a new project I'm developing on the history of moderation in early modern Europe. I should say I'm not a historian of race, but I am interested in the way in which the history of political thought intersects with the history of race and how both interface with the history of religion. In the core of what follows, I'll look at the ways in which so-called soft ideas of race were engaged with in late 16th century Europe through ideals of political moderation. To do this, I'll look at the thought of 2 Frenchmen, Jean Bodin and Michel de Montaigne. Now, before this, I want to make a few methodological remarks. It seems to me there are basically 2 approaches to centering race in intellectual history. Either a contextualist approach that insists that we must work with actors' categories only, or a presentist approach which insists that we should track the coming into being of contemporary categories of race. I think both have merits, but also real limitations. The presentist approach most obviously encourages anachronism, threatens to collapse into a kind of activist scholarship, which renders the past too familiar and history too linear. The contextualist approach remedies this by insisting that we work only with the utterances of past actors, but this clearly makes the history of race before the 18th century quite difficult to write. Now, if there is a third way, I think it requires some conceptual flexibility. This, I believe, is what Jean-Paul Rubiez, for example, encourages when he invokes a soft idea of race in early modern Europe. This was not race as a biological factor, but instead as rooted in a composite of physical attributes, cultural norms, and above all, religion. It's very much what we've been discussing over the past 24 hours. If we are to center race in history before modern ideas of race were invented, we require, I think, something similar to what Jean-Frédéric Charles has recently called a non-linear history of race. That is a history which accommodates concepts of race which change over time and space. Another way to center race in history would be to take seriously the fact that race, as defined by moderns, was invented at a specific time in a specific place for specific reasons, and that this needs to be made sense of within the meta-narratives of modernity. Now, this brings into light a constellation which I want to propose for discussion. It's widely acknowledged that the modern idea of the political was invented in the 16th century as a mechanism to expel the theological from the remit of the emerging state. More recently, it's been observed that the modern idea of the religious was invented in the 17th century. After its expulsion from the political, religion began to acquire proto-sociological and proto-anthropological qualities. Given that the modern idea of the racial was invented in the 18th century, we might, I think, ask to what extent this was predicated upon the sorting or what Niklas Luhmann would call functional differentiation of politics and religion in the 2 preceding centuries. Race on these terms came into view precisely because it was supposed to represent the natural and non-cultural aspects of different human peoples. Again, what Schaub calls something that you are rather than something that you do or think or believe. On these terms, race needed to be alleviated of the political and the religious to acquire its modern meaning. Now, the following is a very modest attempt to start probing this conceptual history and the sequencing of how the political, the religious, and the racial came into being. To do so, I will turn to late 16th century France and the birth of modern political moderation. Jean Bodin is best known today for his 6 books on the Commonwealth and his theory of absolute sovereignty, hailed as an important step in the emergence of the modern state. Bodin's model of sovereignty was devised amidst the post-Reformation wars of religion. In his formula, the institution of the sovereign was responsible only to God. Confessional interests were subordinated to centralized political authority. Now, if Bodin's state secured political order amidst religious division, he also incubated ideals of religious toleration. In his posthumous colloquium Heptaplomeres, Bodin staged an imagined dialogue. A little louder, no problem, thank you. An imagined dialogue between a Catholic, a Jew, a Lutheran, a Muslim, a skeptic, and a naturalist philosopher. The 7 amicably discuss an array of theologically critical topics, most of which are left unresolved. Both of these models for accommodating religious pluralism rest upon his theory of concordia discourse, or discordant harmony. The structure and content of the colloquium represents a polyphony of voices which mediate and moderate one another before parting with no ill will, their differences retained. In the final of his 6 books, the political theory of concordia discourse takes shape as what Bodin calls harmonic justice, a middle way between geometric justice, which Bodin identifies with the rule of law and aristocracy, and arithmetic justice, which identifies with equity and democracy. This appeal to the middle way is clearly inspired by Aristotle, but Bodin's concordia discourse is dynamic rather than static. It exaggerates the mingling of extremes and the management of the ensuing tension. He writes, and I'll just quote at length here, "Wherefore, as of treble and bass voices is made a most sweet and melodious harmony, so also of vices and virtues, of the different qualities of the elements, of the contrary motions of the celestial spheres, and of the sympathies and antipathies of things. By indissoluble means bound together is composed the harmony of the whole world, and of all the parts thereof. So also a well-ordered commonweal is composed of good and bad, of the rich and of the poor, of wise men and of fools, of the strong and of the weak, allied by them which are in the mean betwixt both, which so by a wonderful disagreeing concord join the highest with the lowest, and so all to all." I think it's a nice quote. Harmonic justice represents the alignment of political governance with a divine order, reflected in the human condition, as Bodin calls it, betwixt beasts and angels. But access to this ideal is not the privilege of all peoples. In the 5th of his 6 books, he presents a climactic model for ordering the peoples of the world. Following pretty standard classical and medieval norms, Bodin presents a typology of 3 peoples, those of the north, those of the south, and those of the middle. For Bodin, peoples of the north were phlegmatic, those of the south, I've just lost my page. Those of the south, melancholic. People of the north were ruled by force, those of the south by religion. Those of the north specialized in the practical arts, those of the south in contemplation of natural and divine sciences. The people that live in the middle live between these extremes, and as he says, participate of both their natures, and that have their affections more moderate. It is these people who rule by reason and law, who negotiate, traffic, judge, plead, command, establish commonweals, and make laws and ordinances for other nations. Bodin's middle stratum then stretched in a band from Spain to Turkey and concentrated in Italy and France. It's of note that this stratum of moderation, wherein lies complex political civilization, incorporates Turkey, just as Bodin's colloquium incorporates Muslim as well as Jewish voices. Asia the Lesser, Bodin writes, which is not only betwixt the pole and the equator, but also betwixt the East Indies and France westward, therein not only rested the mirror of civility, but that from thence it hath been derived to all foreign nations. Within the framework of Abrahamic as well as natural religions, harmonic justice could take form. Among atheists and idolaters, Bodin is altogether less sure. It's of note that in Bodin, the climactic model of peoples is becoming less deterministic. In passages, he suggests that societies can escape their climate. He remarks, what force education, laws, and customs have to change nature. And then later, the government of every city is of great force in the alteration of the peoples, nature, and dispositions. Germany, for instance, was for Bodin once a typical northern nation, but has in his time learned to be a nation of the middling sort. The point I want to make is a simple one. The Bodin's Concordia discourse manifests itself politically as civil moderation, as a framework for overcoming religious division, while at the same time restricting that framework to a specific cultural, political, geographic people, basically inhabitants of temperate Europe and believers in Abrahamic faiths. This tension recurs in Bodin's almost exact contemporary, Montaigne, to whom I now turn. Montaigne's views on race are often located in his famous essay of Cannibals, in which he narrates an encounter with a French traveller to the New World, as well as his meeting with several Brazilian natives visiting France. Here, Montaigne's natives emerge as savage, violent, and cruel. Theirs, however, is a violence which flows from their naturalness. This, for Montaigne, is really their defining quality, their childlike simplicity, living, he writes, with no manner of traffic, no knowledge of letters, no science of numbers, no name of magistrate or political superiority. The very words that signify lying, treachery, dissimulation, avarice, envy, detraction, pardon, never heard of. The simple natural cruelty of the natives is the device for Montaigne to criticize the contrived cruelty of the Europeans, whose artifice has almost smothered their nature. As well as religious conflict, European barbarism is rooted in social ills of inequality and civility, and the amoral desire for novelty and accumulation. And on this basis, Montaigne predicts for the Brazilians how dear their knowledge of the corruption of this past part of the world will one day cost their happiness and repose. In the context of the essays, Montaigne's Of Cannibals follows immediately an essay titled Of Moderation. Moderation is one of Montaigne's cardinal virtues, central to his form of skeptical humanism. Montaigne abhorred moderation's other, of excess, of fanaticism, but being moderate for Montaigne was difficult. It did not amount to a rational tempering of emotions or nullifying of desires. Man, for Montaigne, was a compound of reason and passion, and this was a condition which he should accept and not resist. The wise man, for Montaigne, allows his desires to arise naturally, but he ensures that they are prevented from dominating. He walks a via media constantly. The middle region, he writes, harbors storms and tempests. The two extremes of philosophers and peasants concur in tranquility and happiness, Montaigne writes, but this is not the domain natural to man. The final anecdote in Of Moderation, added by Montaigne in a later edition of his essays, seems to introduce Of Cannibals. He describes here the sacrificial practices of the Mexicans, emphasizing their horrid cruelty, their idols reeking with blood. If sacrifice was once common to all religions, Montaigne writes, in Europe it has now all but disappeared. The reasonable, moderate Europeans meet the barbaric Americans, it would seem, but there is a sting in the tail. The essay concludes with an encounter between Cortes and the Mexican king. Upon being presented with men for sacrifice, Cortes is offered three choices by his hosts. They say, if you are a furious god, eat these men and we'll bring you more. If you are an affable god, take these incense and feathers. And if you are a man, take fowl and fruit. Montaigne gives Cortes no response, but informed contemporaries would know the zeal with which the colonists proceeded, in effect, with the first option, motivated not by religion, but by greed and violence. Some scholars have suggested that here Montaigne was invoking the natural moderation of the natives against the corrupt immoderation of the Europeans. But I think this misreads Montaigne's ideal of moderation. For Montaigne, moderation is natural in that it is proper to man, and the via media is the fair and beaten way that nature has traced for us. But Montaigne's radical moderation is here a kind of deliberative civility, which needs constant work. Man moderates himself through rigorous epistemic norms, which raise our sensitivity to one another. Moderation is a necessary burden for living in civilization. It serves to build a tolerance for politics. This concept of moderation, it seems to me, is worlds away from the childlike simplicity of its natives. A few words in conclusion. I've tried in this short talk to demonstrate how Bodin and Montaigne's ideals of moderation play a double role in relation to the soft ideas of race at play in pre-Enlightenment Europe. On the one hand, they're both protagonists in what could be called the prehistory of liberalism. Both incubated ideals of toleration and pluralism and contributed to the invention of the realm of the political as excluding conventional interests, which could, in time, accommodate racial pluralism. On the other hand, for Bodin and Montaigne, the ideal of moderation upon which their politics rested was itself explicitly and self-consciously a civilizational product of European humanism. I think it would be unhelpful to see in Bodin and Montaigne the racialization of moderation, but I don't think it would be incorrect to see them as prefiguring this tradition, which was primed to emerge in a hard way once the modern idea of race took root. A follower of theirs in this respect was Walter Bagehot, the 19th century Victorian liberal and editor-in-chief of The Economist. In his Physics and Politics, Bagehot idealized what he called animated moderation as the supreme civic virtue, the rule of a polity which works by discussion. Animated moderation was explicitly, however, a racialized virtue, possessed by Europeans and really by Englishmen. Race theory weighs heavily through Physics and Politics. The Eastern people live a stale, ahistorical existence, slaves to custom, lacking desire for progress and innovation. Around 100 years later, Martin Luther King wrote his letter from Birmingham jail. Here he railed against the white moderates, more devoted to order than justice. The appeal to reasonable moderation by liberals in this view is a tacit acceptance of the status quo, harboring an acceptance of racial injustice. Today, moderation is invoked by liberals defending ideals of civility and criticized by progressives, signifying a cowardly defense of the status quo. Insofar as both of these arguments have, it seems to me, an element of truth, they point to tensions inherent within the modern concept of moderation. On these grounds, turning to the origins of modern ideas of political moderation in early modern Europe is instructive. With moderation, as with race, however, we should, I think, turn to early modernity with caution. A history of political thought once referred, jokingly, I think, to early modernity as the Goldilocks period of historical research, because it seems familiar but not too familiar. We have enough sources, but not too many. And in short, it allows the historian to be at once creative and credible. I think that's an overly rosy view. Early modernity seduces. There we find ideas and concepts which look and feel like our own, or at least those we once had in modernity and are now trapped within. In early modernity, the activist scholar finds what they're looking for. The historian, by contrast, needs to uncover what is there, and that alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. That was a really fascinating talk, and I've already got a couple of questions lined up for you for later. Our next speaker is Dr. Justine Walden from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the US, where Justine is an honorary fellow at the Institute for Research in the Humanities and a lecturer in the Department of History. The title of Justine's presentation today is Naming Race in Early Modernity, 1500 to 1800, Reflections on Method, the Academy, and Microhistory. Over to you, Justine.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. Greetings from Wisconsin. I have slides for you, and I want to share them. And if they don't work, James has a PDF copy. And this has been a problem in the past when I tried to do this. It's looking doubtful again when I hit the share screen. James, can you load my slides for me? I'm getting those exclamation points in a triangle when I try to share my screen. So it's problematic.
I'm on it. Everybody hang loose and look relaxed.
Hang tight, hang loose. In the meantime, I'll try to share a PDF of this. That's what you have, just in case there's some other way to do it.
Bear with. Oh, this looks pretty. Okay.
Try.
Okay. So while we're waiting, I would normally like to break everyone up into breakout groups and get those questions in. Anyway, please do put your questions in the Q&A box while you're waiting. Also, take a moment, if you can, to share the link for our live stream, which is available right now on YouTube. Do share that and keep those questions coming in. I am now going to do my best to share this fabulous presentation.
And I'm going to have to say next, and then you can shift the slide.
Yeah. Okay. How are we doing?
Okay, wonderful.
Looking good?
Can you hit full screen?
Okay, I will disappear myself.
Can you hit full screen so that it's, this is just a finicky little point. Oh, okay, well, good enough. Actually zoom out, because then you're going to lose the bottom of the screen. That's good. I'll just start. This is good enough. So, okay, so thank you. And you may note that the title here it's a little less ambitious than I originally proposed. I had really wanted to speak more about method. So what I'm going to do today is present a few examples, mostly from earlier work that I've done on Florence, Italy during the Italian Renaissance, to help lay to rest the debate of whether we can talk about race in the early modern period and whether we can name it as race. So I'm going to show you a few examples that help. Oh, that's wonderful. That looks very nice. I will show you a few examples that help outline what Geraldine has told you about how the roots of early modern race lie in religion. And I will show you how it's a religious concept that gets mobilized against non-Christians. I will offer you a couple arguments that help place race as a Neoplatonic ontology that stressed distinctions between animal, human, divine, an animal, human, divine order, in order to somaticize the concept of race. So I am also here effectively tracing how race as anti-Semitism or anti-Judaism shifts into what we today consider color-based racism or anti-Black racism. And then towards the end of my talk, I'm going to shift gears and talk about practical and disciplinary points. So basically why race is rarely discussed in histories of early modern Europe, and recommend a few methodological strategies for historians on how to locate and consider race. And I have much more to say here. And I think there's a great deal more to say about the archives, the so-called hostile archives. But I had to truncate this section in order to fit it all in. So the end section will be a little more schematic, and I'm really just going to spill out a couple observations and in the interest of providing food for thought on this topic. Okay, if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the bulk of historical scholarship on race trains its focus on the modern period, so circa 1850 to the present. And one of the reasons for this is the wedding of essentialized notions about human beings to biology and biology wasn't articulated until the 19th century. There are also several clear and devastating effects of race that you can point to in the modern era. However, modernity's totalizing definition of race has the effect of excluding many pernicious and more slippery instances of race-making that emerged in early modern Europe. For those of you who are not early modern Europeans, that's 1500 to 1800 roughly. So these earlier examples of race-making laid the groundwork for later and more complete schemes, and so are critical to excavate. And so what I'm saying here is that we need to avoid falling into the scholarly mistake of searching for categorical manifestations of race in the early modern period. To do this is an anachronistic error. And this, searching for totalizing definitions, along with the sometimes misguided search for color-based racism in the early racism in the early modern world, is, I think, one of the reasons that race has been absent from historical discussions on early modern Europe. But if race is not to be found as a totalizing full-blown system, then what? How should we look for it? Well, in my view, it is subtle and fragmentary. It rarely surfaces in big, systematic, worked-out treatises, other than a few polemics. And so we have to look for traces, and I'll come back to this at the end. Okay, moving towards this slide. So is there something we can call race in the early modern period? And my answer is, in a word, yes. And here, I don't want you to mistake this particular little demonstration as me suggesting that the only way to demonstrate that race existed in the early modern period is finding the actual word race or raza. That's another mistake that some people make. Nevertheless, it's significant that early moderns did use the term race and to understand what it means and how they used it. So here you're looking at a slide from Sacchetti, a Florentine, and he uses the term race multiple times is in his novelle. And one instance, the instance that's boxed here, is he's speaking about someone riding a horse, essentially. And you see the term raza, or race, used. And he's basically saying there's this old man who's riding a horse, and Sacchetti writes that he's riding a horse that was newer than him. I don't know what race. Non so da qual razza si veniano. I don't know what race this horse was. So for Sacchetti, the term race has an association with lineage, and with animals. I'll just leave it at that. Next slide, please. Oh, and just so you have a date on Sacchetti, you can put that at about 1378, but it's not certain. Okay, here is another work from a Florentine, the poet Antonio Pucci, and he is writing about the proprietà, the quality of the old market in Florence. And to Pucci, the market is a theater of iniquity, in part because it's the site of specifically Jewish business activities. So he describes it as, he says, swindlers or barattieri are at ease at the market because the market is full of their kind of commerce, that is, usurers and used clothing vendors and money changers. And it's also filled with prostitutes, ruffians, gold valuers, zanaioli, vile men, gaiofli, and greedy or scabious characters, tignosi. And the only group that Pucci overlooks in his catalog of degenerates is sodomites, although the market has a long-standing affiliation with them too, so they are there implicitly. So Pucci introduces his poem by saying, I've seen many piazzas full of people, l'ho vedute già di molte piazze. He's seen many piazzas full of people. He's seen them in cities near and far, but he would like to speak about the one closest to him, which is Florence. And then he says, and I will leave aside the other razze, or races. So for Pucci in 1430, razze, or races, refers to crowds or rabbles. Crowds of an unsavory sort, and crowds with Jewish overtones, or perhaps, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Next slide, please. So, Muslims enter the world of Florence through the resurgence of Mediterranean slavery in about 1550. And I'm skipping over a lot of history here, but in order to compress this. Shortly after about 1550, you find the term race being applied to Muslims. And so you have a letter here from 1569. This is Oliverotto Guidotti, who is a Medici factor working in Spain. He's writing from Madrid to Francesco de' Medici to describe conflicts in Spain with the Moors, with the Moriscos. And he's describing how there is public violence and great disturbance. And he writes that a fire was set, which is thought by all to be the work of Moreschi. Sorry, I'm having a funny sound here. Okay, thought to be the work of Moreschi. And then he says, as in the port of Guadalajara, as it was about to happen that half the earth was burned, and there were many of this race of Moreschi, so grande copia, and they had put polvere, or dust, or gunpowder in the doorways of houses and set fire to them. Then he says, these are all desperate people and more Mahometani than live in Africa. So I love this quote because there's so much to unpack here. And unfortunately, I don't get to unpack it all, but I wanted to include it all there. But the main point here is that Guidotti is seeing Muslims, he's describing Muslims as a race. And he's referring to crowds, which he seems to find alarming. And so for Guidotti, race is effectively a way to be snarky about another group, in this case, non-Christians, who show up in appreciable numbers. Next slide, please. And here is another Medici factor, Leonardo de' Nobili, and he's also writing from Spain, and he's writing about how many people dislike this one cleric, Monsignor Torres, because he's a converted Jew. And he writes, Monsignor Torres non è qua molto piaciuta, tenendolo di razza non molto antica nel cristianesimo. What he's saying is that Monsignor Torres is not much liked because his race of Christianity is not very ancient. So here you see Christianity as a kind of race. And unfortunately for Torres' sake, it is one that he has not been part of for long enough. So we just saw razza, a race, applied to Jews, and then we saw it applied to Muslims, and now here we see it being applied to Christians, or an idea of Christianity. And so you can see how the term razza in the early modern period is used as a religious term in the early modern period, often in relation to a crowd. And I sometimes define the term razza in the early modern period. It almost has the connotation of a herd. So let's go to the next slide, please. Sorry if that's a bit small. Here are some quotes by Roberto Caracciolo, who is one of the biggest, most popular preachers in Florence at the end of the 15th century. So we're talking about 1480 here. And now I am discussing, how does race get somaticized? And so this is just one way. We know about the discourses of blood. Those have been much talked about. But this example here has to do with flesh. So Caracciolo is saying Jews, Turks, and Moors, and he lumps them together. It's another strategy. I can't actually even put my glasses on so I can read you this quote. He's saying how, pertanto, essi vivono carnalmente et bestialmente come i Giudei, Turchi, e Mori. He's saying that Jews, Turks, and Moors live carnally and bestially. And then on the next page, in the next little red bracket, he is trying to expel these groups, saying, out, out, fuori, fuori. So the point here is that Caracciolo is saying that Jews, Turks, and Moors are all carnal. They're groups of the flesh and not of the spirit. And this is really a key move where race is concerned, where Christians are effectively being given license to treat non-Christians as mere bodies. And then there are some purity idioms going on here where Caracciolo is saying fuori, fuori, go, he's saying go to hell, get out. Okay, now I want to give you another example of the somaticization of the religious concept of race. And can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is, you're looking at a page of something called the Scrutinium Scripturarum, that is a longer work to which a shorter work is often attached. The shorter work is the one I'm more interested in. The shorter work is called the Letter to Rabbi Samuel, sometimes the Epistle of Rabbi Samuel. And this is a work that floats around and gets copied and recopied in Europe ad infinitum in the 15th century. And it has a very long-lived history. It lasts all the way to the 18th century. And it's an anti-Semitic treatise that is somewhat boring in and of itself, but whose paratext and whose circulation is somewhat interesting. And so I just want you to, I could talk about this, I could talk about this treatise for weeks, but the point is this treatise begins in the 15th century, and if you go to the next slide, please, it starts earlier. It starts in the 13th century. Here you see how this treatise, the Letter of Rabbi Samuel, is picked up by a sort of B-list humanist in Renaissance Florence. This B-list humanist is named Sebastiano Salvini, and he is the cousin of one of the most famous Italian Renaissance humanists, Ficino. And Salvini translates and publishes this letter to Rabbi Samuel, this anti-Semitic treatise, or anti-Judaic, if you like. And there's also an interesting moment in the life of this treatise where it marshals a chapter from the Quran. And this is what you see bracketed here. It marshals a chapter from the Quran to argue the untruths of Judaism. Okay, next slide, please. And just as a side note, Ficino, alongside his high-minded Neoplatonic metaphysical work, is also dabbling in anti-Jewish work on the side. Here he is in his 1476 De Christiana Religione, lumping together Jews and Muslims and talking about their errors. And I could really besiege you with examples like this of people lumping together Jews, Italian Renaissance people lumping together Jews and Muslims, and finding ways to disparage them, which runs somewhat against the grain of the historiography on the way Jews are considered in the Italian Renaissance. Next slide, please. Okay, but what I wanted to get to was this point, which is, again, we're talking about the treatise of Rabbi Samuel. And what happens with this treatise that has been circulating for centuries is that it gets, in England, when it's printed in 1648, the titular Jew, Rabbi Samuel, becomes a blackamoor. So for centuries, he's been a Moroccan Jew, a convert to Christianity. He's never described with somatic descriptors. He's only described as a Jew. And then in this English version, he becomes a blackamoor washed white, made white. So it's a little bit conceptually muddy, but it's a good illustration of how early moderns mix up their associations about religion and race and how these shifts happen. So again, Rabbi Samuel's transformation from Jew to blackamoor helps to show how slippery and shape-shifting race is in the early modern period, and how it jumps tracks sometimes, and how it gets somaticized. Next slide, please. Okay.
1 minute left, Justine.
Oh, did I do that? Okay, well. So last but not least, why do I always go over? So what is race in the early modern period? Very simply, it's an organizing principle, an ontology that ranks and classes humans according to a hierarchy of being. The most prominent ontological scheme in this period is a spectrum in which humans inhabit an intermediate position between animals at the bottom and divine at the top. So that's the famous scheme from Pico della Mirandola. And so this is just one example where you're seeing the scheme get employed, and you're seeing Turks and Jews called dogs. This is another way of somaticizing race. So I had so many other examples for you, but I think that's about where I'm going to have to end up today. And I thank you very kindly for your attention.
Thanks very much, Justine. Justine, am I correct that you need to leave us on the hour to go and teach?
You are correct.
I am correct. In light of that, could I ask any of the audience members whether you have a question that we could pose to Justine just before we lose her to teaching?
I will come back. And I'm going to put my email in the chat box in case anyone would like to email me. Discuss further. Where's the chat box? There.
Sorry, I have a question, if I may.
Yes, please.
I was struck by when you were talking about these formulations of the racial formulations of different religious communities, and your third example was a Christian one, and it's certainly something I found a lot in my work. And it occurred to me that Martin Luther, in his pamphlet on Why He Hates the Jews in 1543, which is the same period, does exactly all of that, where Jews and Saracens and certain revolting, in the sense of revolution, Christians are all racialized as the enemy. And I just wondered, obviously your interest lies in Italy, but I just wondered if you could speak to the connections with other spaces in Europe at this time, or whether you think that's significant, that you see this kind of ideas being expressed in similar ways in different parts of Europe at the same time.
So I would say to that, yes, most of my evidence is from Italy. But I do think this is a pan-European phenomenon, and I think the place to look, actually, and it's nice that you brought up Martin Luther. This was something I didn't get a chance to say, but a really key group that brokers a lot of this racial thought is observant mendicants, and that's Luther's background, as you know. He was an observant Augustinian. And there is, and that's another part of the history of the treatise of Rabbi Samuel, is that it circulates in mendicant quarters. So yeah, I think this is a pan-European phenomenon, and I think if you dig around, you're going to find it.
And we have a question in the chat function for you, Justine, which we'll fire off just before you leave us. And it's from Laurie DeLucia. I'm curious as to whether Justine has examples of descriptions of Black Africans and how this compares to the Black Moor / Saracens / Moors category in the Florentine context. Thanks for the great talk.
Oh, thank you for being here. I have some examples that are not part of this talk of Moors existing in Florence. In terms of descriptions of Black Africans, I have also another project where I work on that, but in the 17th century. In terms of the 16th century, you do have Moors and enslaved blackamoors, as it were, sort of orientalized, dressed up figures in livery who are brought to the Medici court. And there are other examples. There are some, so typically in the 16th century, if you hear of Black Africans, there's this kind of muddy conception where they're orientalized. They're both Muslim and African. That's sort of the way I perceive the 16th century interpretation of Black Africans. And we can talk further in more detail if you want to know some examples.
And sorry, I do have one other question. Deepa Kumar has asked, curious to hear what you think about blood purity laws in Spain. Scholars have argued that this is the first instance of bodily/somatic notions of race in any systematic sense. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Oh, I would I would agree, but say there's a bigger picture to be excavated there. And I know there's a lot of work been done on blood purity, and it's critical, and it's one of those nice moments where historians can look at laws. It's a lot easier to look at laws against early modern minorities and then sort of work backwards to figure out the conditions that led to those. I'm more interested in sort of softer racism. Someone mentioned this earlier, softer indicators of race that may not find expression in law. They may not get to that extreme. But there are other metaphors, there are genealogical metaphors operating. There are metaphors about light and dark that map onto Christianity that don't necessarily get somaticized, but that are floating around and that start to get kind of somaticized by the 17th century. And so you get a concept called chiarezza del sangue, or chiarezza del sangue in the 16th and 17th century. Largely it starts in Jesuit circles. So it's this idea of sort of lightness or brightness of the blood. This is again in Italian circles, that's coming out of that Spanish concept, but it doesn't find the same expression legally in an Italian context, largely because the Italian peninsula is so fragmented and for many other reasons. I guess my point is, yes, the blood purity laws are really, really important, but I just think there's a lot more things to be said about these contexts that are producing forms of racism.
Justine, thanks very much for your paper and for answering the questions. So we're sorry to be losing you, and I hope your students enjoy their class as much as we've enjoyed your time. We're going to move on to our third speaker, who is Thomas Ashby from the European University Institute in Italy. Tom is a PhD candidate in intellectual history, working towards the submission of his thesis on Algernon Sidney and the Old Cause in Europe, 1623 to 83. And today, Tom will be discussing race and the history of political thought, the case of English republicanism. Over to you, Tom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, just going to get the PowerPoint up. Okay, there we go. Full screen. Okay, so following other presenters, I would like to thank you for organising this impressive and deeply important conference, and for the opportunity, especially as a PhD researcher in the field of intellectual history, to present some very tentative thoughts from my research. Due to time limitations, what I propose to do today will be far more narrow than what I originally intended. As some of you may have seen in the abstract I shared online. As is often the case, I have far too much to say in time. And to adequately give my case studies more justice, particularly Algernon Sidney, I have decided to remove a lot of the substantial discussion on method and practice in early modern Anglophone intellectual history from the presentation, which I thought Nick touched on very well in the first presentation of this panel, so that is quite good. I also realised I should have emphasised this periodisation, early modernity, much more in the title, as much work has been done on the modern intellectual history of racism. Anyhow, I hope that the material I share here can lead into those debates in Q&A. What I will say for now is that although early modern intellectual history in some quarters is changing, both in terms of engaging with race and its theory and practice, including some practice of anti-racist historiography, there is much left to be done with race and the literatures on race commonly neglected, though not always, and even actively resisted on grounds, at least superficially, of alleged anachronism, ahistorical generalizations, and ahistorical moralizing. Just to clarify, I'm using two screens, that's why it's a bit odd here. Yet race, and what can be called racism by extension, in a series of non-modern senses, often fragmentary rather than monolithic, via a multiplicity of forms and situated within varied historic intersectionalities, did exist in the pre-modern world, as we have seen throughout the conference, and not only structurally speaking, but also in the linguistic discourses utilized to justify those structures. One could argue, therefore, ironically, that the greater anachronism, an act of detached moralizing, is to craft early modern intellectual history as if it did not. Of course, we must be careful with what we mean by race and racism especially, and yes, different definitions may be more appropriate for different contexts and for different questions and approaches. I, for one, think that due to this, the notion of genealogy is pliable and incredibly useful for tracing linguistic ideas on race, as opposed to the structures themselves, particularly when they seem eclectic, inconsistent, and allied modern understandings. Nonetheless, aside from perhaps tracing ideas genealogically backwards from modernity, which has a lot of problems, this still means we need to define what race as a general category of analysis might be. For this purpose, I think it is perhaps useful to turn to the malleable yet distinguishable definition of race provided by Geraldine Penn, which has been referenced throughout this conference and was restated herself in the fantastic keynote yesterday, which I've put on the screen. Now, due to time constraints, with that definition in mind, which I will try and return to in the conclusion, it's now time to turn to the English Republic and its ideologists. So between 1649 and 1660, England was governed by various regimes and constitutions broadly divided into those of the Commonwealth of England, the Parliamentary Republic, and those of the Cromwellian Protectorate, a monarchy in all but name. I will primarily be concerned with the Commonwealth regime and its ideology of republicanism, including the nostalgic afterlife of these ideas in the decades and texts that followed the Restoration. Swiftly after monarchy was overthrown, and England was declared a free state, it underwent what's been called by some as an imperial turn. This included the conquest and settlement of Ireland, the First Anglo-Dutch War, the suppression of royalist colonies in the Atlantic world, which I put on the map. This is at the end of the period. And an expansion into the West Indies, particularly Oliver Cromwell's ill-fated Western design against Spain and its colonies in the Caribbean, chief achievement of which was the capture of Jamaica in 1655, which remained an English and then British colony until 1962. The imperial turn of the Republic is also visible in its legislation, the most prominent example perhaps being the 1651 Navigation Act, incidentally chiefly written by slave traders and absentee plantation owners, which, while blocking foreign trade, opened up the English colonies to what was termed free trade, i.e. the deregulation and end of monopolies, including those on the sale of slaves. As we shall see again later, a consistent mid-century Republican current on the trade of slaves was that monopolies are inherently bad and should be deregulated, the obvious assumption being that the trade of human beings itself was perfectly legitimate insofar as the trade was considered free. Whereas the political and economic elite of the Republic in London focused primarily on the above-mentioned policies at home and abroad, the intellectual wing of the regime and its post hoc admirers utilised the languages of a humanistic republicanism and scripture to justify the activities and structures of the regime as being in line with a classicized Protestant morality. In other words, they extrapolated why the actions of the Commonwealth, starting with the regicide especially, and including its colonial and imperial ambitions and trade interests, were just good and godly. What has been called classical republicanism can be said to centre around a notion of freedom as domination, that is, on a societal level, analogous to an individual will, a self-governing society free from the arbitrary government of another. This politics was often deeply tied with a notion of reason and its counterpart virtue, a heavily masculine and elite notion that led to the exclusion of women, and when conjoined with material conditions, also those without sufficient property from the realm of politics and with it liberty. Alongside these class and gender distinctions, the exclusivist republicanism in question also excluded entire peoples on what can be called pre-modern racial grounds. This is what's controversial in what I'm going to present, at least in intellectual history. To show what I mean by this, I will focus on the works of two Republican writers, John Milton and Algernon Sidney, and delineate how they not only excluded entire people from politics, but also use their writings, or could use their writings, to justify that these people be enslaved and trained on grounds of racially differentiated generalizations, especially in relation to those people from Africa. Due to the time constraints and the fact a lot has been done on Milton in the realm of literature, I am going to jump very quickly through Milton and then get to Sidney, which is where the more original content is. So, given his role in government, Milton was undoubtedly not only aware of chattel slavery, but at no point in his works does he question its ethical validity. And indeed, he squared the reality of English chattel slavery with theories of Republican liberty, as like many Republicans, by using Aristotle's notion of natural slavery, which we've seen throughout this conference so far as well. And for Milton, the validity of the trade was not only assumed, but it was endorsed by this reading of natural slavery, that there is a differential natural hierarchy among humanity of those with virtue and reason, those with some, and those with so little they are incapable, according to this theory, of being free, and thus by necessity depend on others. While this is often described as a theoretical political slavery and not connected to the reality of chattel slavery, I think the distinction is often made far too pronounced, and in reality, the boundaries are certainly blurred, especially given that peoples are often discriminated by this logic purely by being from Asia or Africa, which is mentioned in the text. And here we also see other theories come into play, including those related to the climatism and blackness. Here is an example of an early piece of writing from Milton where slave and a racial term for Africans centered on blackness via their skin tone are used in an almost synonymous manner, which is very revealing as to Milton's racialized assumptions, especially as Martin Desilzanes had pointed out when considered in light of his monism, that is, that matter and spirit are the same. Going forwards again, also another thread is the theological curse of Ham, which was the narrative in Genesis, whereby God cursed Ham and his descendants to be servants of servants, and has been used in various ways to justify slavery over the centuries. This comes up in Milton as well. And I'll now move to Sidney because I realise time is going on. There's a lot of information on Sidney there. Outside of his role in the Commonwealth, in European affairs, Sidney was also involved in affairs in the West Indies and Africa due to his position on the Trade and Foreign Affairs Committees. And this required a constant update of information from the English colonies. Part of this information was the living conditions and experience of enslaved Africans. A source for what Sidney had heard in these relations is on the screen now. And this is important as it's explicit and undeniable evidence that Sidney was aware of how abhorrent the trade and its conditions were while serving in government, a government which condoned, supported, and partook in the trade. Again, we see an allusion to the curse of Ham with servants to every nation near the end. And again, we see this loose but important relationship between slavery and blackness. Nonetheless, despite the allusion to Ham here, which is actually a quote from his father's notes, Sidney is also, at least in his later works, more nuanced with the curse of Ham and actually questions it as a valid case for slavery because it cannot be used. Well, one cannot ascertain which peoples or which individuals are related to Ham, and therefore he jettisons it. That said, again, he doesn't question the reality of slavery anywhere in his works. Where he does mention it, it comes across as a matter of fact. And as with the government, his main concern seem to be monopolizing of the trade. And there's some examples here of brief mentions. And he also supported slavery in the case of justified violent conquest, which obviously links with colonialism. So Sidney also utilizes the idea of natural slavery, and arguably more so than any other early modern Republican, he makes the case via Aristotle that certain individuals and people are lacking in virtue and reason and therefore cannot be free and are naturally inclined to servitude. He also cites Asia and Africa directly on this. And where's that? That's where I was. Yeah, and basically this is incredibly important and is not really mentioned much in traditional Republican historiography at all. If it is, it's in passing as a qualifier, not as a central theme. And this is important not only because of in its own time, but also because Sidney had a major reception history in Europe and America from these texts. For example, being widely read and cited as an inspiration for the slave-owning founders of the United States, especially Thomas Jefferson. So trying to round this up on Sidney, Sidney did not think that the trade of human beings was itself essentially legitimate, and indeed explicitly defends it in the scenario of violent conquest, as I've mentioned. And he talks explicitly in those passages also about the sale being valid, the sale of persons being valid, and presumably those that have lost their freedom and become vicious and corrupt were in the same bracket as those that never had it, and it was perfectly legitimate in his understanding and that of his contemporaries for them to be traded from one master to another. I should finally add that Sidney does also cite climate as an explanation for the different, for the nature of different peoples in his works, but unsurprisingly moves away from Greece and Rome in the sense that England as having the best climate. But these are far less central than his use of Aristotle, which is what I wanted to highlight, but I'm aware of the time. I'm not sure how much I have left. Okay, so I'll go to the conclusion, and then we can talk about any of these things.
Tom, you've got 3 minutes.
Perfect. Okay, so that was a very quick run through. I originally planned for 20, so I had to cut quite a few bits. So it's not without great irony that the material wealth of the Republic, premised on freedom and frequently cited admirably by historians and political theorists for being so premised, was enabled by foundations which included a racialized slavery justified in neo-Aristotelian terms. In this sense, what has been called classical neo-Roman liberty is indeed quite accurately deeply reminiscent of the freedom one associates with the slave-owning society, cities, and elites of the ancient Republican world. To put it another way, this strand of so-called classical republicanism not only enunciates and imitates a theory of classical freedom, but also that of a classical slavery, reimagined via the lens of an eclectic series of early modern discourses of racialization, which include the curse of Ham, climate, which I wasn't able to touch on much here, but crucially and centrally, the idea of natural slavery. And I think I'll wrap it up there. Very quick.
Thanks very much, Tom. And Tom's contact details are on the screen if anybody wants to follow up today's discussion with Tom at a later date. Our fourth and final speaker in the session is Professor Brian Sandberg from Northern Illinois University in the US. Brian is a professor of history whose work focuses mainly on religion, violence, gender, and political culture during the European Wars of Religion. The title for Brian's paper today is Against Barbarous Dogs and Rascals, Race, Religion and Empire in the Early Modern Mediterranean World. Over to you, Brian.
All right, thank you. Let me just set up the PowerPoint. Is that sharing okay?
Yep, we can see it.
All right, great. I'm speaking to you from Chicago, Illinois, which is located on the indigenous lands of the Peoria, Kaskaskia, Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations. Other Amerindian peoples have lived in this region along the shores of Lake Michigan. Members of indigenous communities continue to live in the city of Chicago and contributed to the vitality of Northern Illinois. I would like to acknowledge the importance of this historical context in shaping the space within which I live and work. So I want to focus on religion, mobility, and connectedness in the early modern Mediterranean world to begin. Common images of the Mediterranean world in early modern historiography and also literary studies have focused on the connections that we see across this body of water and the connections between peoples. And common models of the Mediterranean have presented it as an open space. Horden and Purcell, for example, refer to the connectedness across the sea. Goiten refers to it as a friendly sea. The literature in Iberia refers to Christian, Muslim, Jewish convivencia coming out of the Middle Ages and gradually breaking down in the early modern period. And all of these interpretations and more recent interpretations shaped by them focus on fluid mobility and passing between different cultures and religious groups across the Mediterranean. For me, this leaves out a very fundamental part of Mediterranean society and societies in the early modern period, and that is the very violent nature of traveling in the Mediterranean world, especially on the sea and along the coast. And that is galley warfare, raiding warfare, slave taking, and slave resale as fundamental parts of this Mediterranean world. Excuse me. So we need to look inside the galley as a structure and inside galley fleets and the operations of galley fleets around the Mediterranean and reconsider notions of violence in the Mediterranean if we're going to gauge questions of slave taking, slave keeping, and ultimately of questions of race in the early modern Mediterranean world. Even though our artistic depictions of slaves and slave taking are very rare in this period, slaves were a common feature of all Mediterranean societies in this period, and it is a very complex terrain then to consider the relationships between slavery and whatever we want to call race in the early modern Mediterranean. Many of the attempts to do so have focused on literary depictions and particularly on travel narratives and slave narratives, that is narratives of captives. And these are a few of the examples of studies that have attempted to assess slavery and race through these types of sources. I want to do something different. I want to try to consider race through early modern French and Francophone contexts in this period. And I do that partly because that is the focus of my research, although I also do some Italian and some Spanish history too. But I think that the French context and Francophone contexts have been largely left out. There's a focus in the 16th century, especially on the Iberian world, the Spanish Empire in particular, and the Ottoman Empire on the other end of the Mediterranean. And the Francophone texts often get left out. That's also because French historians dealing with questions of slavery and race have tended to focus on the Atlantic world and the early modern French Empire in the Caribbean and to a certain extent in Canada. And so this literature does not really allow the focus on a Mediterranean context and on the earlier period of the 16th and early 17th centuries. This literature focuses on the very late 17th century and 18th century context of French imperialism and slavery. Very recently, however, in the last decade, there have been a series of studies of the French Mediterranean that open up a new terrain for considering slavery, race, and empire in Mediterranean contexts. Patricia Lauren and Todd Shepard, for example, propose new approaches to rethinking the maps, migrations, and margins of the sea in the French transnational and imperial context. And so that's what I'm trying to do in my own research, is look at transnational French dimensions in the Mediterranean. And of course, France did not really have an empire in the Mediterranean in the period of the 16th and 17th centuries that I'm examining. This forces us to look at figures like North African corsairs as objects of racial discourses, but also as people who are interacted with by French interlocutors and intermediaries across the Mediterranean in many different contexts. We have French consuls and ambassadors, we have French military officers, naval officers, renegades, we have priests, who are involved in conversion campaigns. We have priests who are involved in liberation campaigns, trying to get French slaves released from North Africa and also from the Ottoman Empire. So by looking at these North African corsairs and also Turkish corsairs in this period, we really get a galaxy of concepts that we might consider through discourses of race. North Africans and Ottomans are described in French sources in this period as barbarous dogs, as rascals, as dark Moors, Turks, Saracens, Mahometans, demons, sometimes devils, infidels of a vile race, as corsairs who commit their ravages, as pirates, brigands who are tyrannical, who terrorize the coastline. The rage and animosity of their brigandage is described repeatedly. And they're also described as an enemy who commits conspiracies and incursions, getting at the fears of the corsair. This presents a very different notion then of the Mediterranean, not as an open space, but as a dangerous space, and one in which racial discourses may be discerned, and also practices of shaping racial constructions and hierarchies may be seen on a practical social scale if we look at the intermediaries. Now, here the French case is very interesting because once again, France does not have an empire in the Mediterranean in the 16th and 17th centuries, but it has imperial discourses and ambitions, and French intermediaries are very operative in this area. So if we look at a different literature that focuses on intermediaries and spaces in between empires, possibilities of conversions, possibility of violence, extraterritoriality between empires, this sort of literature can be considered using these French sources to discern the lawlessness of the Mediterranean, here drawing on the work of Lauren Benton. We can also look at networks of exchange among these trans-imperial and inter-imperial actors, and the French inter-imperial actors have really been understudied in the Mediterranean. So my work looks at raiding warfare in particular and slave taking in the Mediterranean context, here drawing on a number of works which deal with raiding warfare and slavery, often in non-French context. There are a few works that do deal with the French case, but also often focused on the liberation of slaves rather than on slave taking. And Anne Brogini's work in particular on Malta is very revealing because it shows that French were involved with the Knights of Malta. They were also involved with the Genoa here and other city-states that had galley fleets and that were operating in the Mediterranean. We also have to deal with the fact that French are actors within the port cities and fortresses in North Africa, often as renegades or as merchants, as travelers, and so they are involved in those places. French consuls and travelers were in cities like Algiers and Tunis, and these French actors describe, of course, the peoples that they are relating with, and often in very negative terms, but they're also dealing with them on a daily basis. So it's a very different sort of description than you get in literary sources of the same period. And you also have cases of French who are involved in the Spanish Empire in North Africa, or attempts at empire in North Africa. So these intermediaries are very interesting sources for discourses on race and alterity in this period. They draw on the classic travel narratives and literary sources, but they offer very different notions than we get out of Nicolet, who's been much studied, or Jean Moquet, these geographical and travel sources that offer images of the other in North Africa and also in the Ottoman Empire in this period, and become codified in geographies. But the French intermediaries are using these works, they're also constructing them. Descriptions enter into the pamphlets of the period and eventually into more elaborate works. This is one of the most notorious, Pierre Dan's figurations of tortures of Christian slaves in North Africa, an important visual source, certainly also textual one, on the behavior which is of the barbarians in North Africa. The French intermediaries draw on all of these sources, but they construct their own discourses through their practical interrelationships with the peoples that they are enslaving and also the peoples that they're interacting with in North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. These crusading discourses get ramped up, especially in the 1560s after the Siege of Malta, for example. And here you can see just one example of how the Knights of Malta call on the French to follow Charlemagne and St. Louis, to loosen the oldest binds of slavery of the Orient from the ferocity and tyranny of this pagan and infidel race in order to allow the free and easy visit for all pious believers, here referring to Christians, of this holy devotion. So crusading discourses indeed get French to go out into the Mediterranean. This is from Ambrosini's study of the Knights of Malta. And you see that the proper Knights of Malta, are, in terms of the number of licenses granted, are in red. Lay volunteers are in blue. The lay volunteers are not exclusively French. They come from all over the Christian world, but there are a very high proportion of French noble volunteers and non-noble followers who form their own galley fleets and go out and cruise alongside the Knights of Malta, taking slaves in the Mediterranean this period. They operate against cities like Tripoli, and they also operate alongside agents of the monarchy, like the Duc de Guise pictured here, who is one of the admirals handling coastal defenses and the French Royal Galley Fleet operating out of Marseille in this period. So there are a lot of documents in archives in southern France that deal with coastal defenses and also the organization of anti-Muslim cruises in order to take slaves. And these use a racial, I would argue, language in order to target the enemy and to justify slave taking. So Marseille and other port cities are key spaces for looking at the practical construction of racialized discourses, but also of practices. The hierarchies are worked out on human bodies in ports like Marseille, but also all along the coast. And it's the archives in cities like Marseille that have the bulk of the information on these operations, and they've been very underexploited. So there are literally thousands, tens of thousands of documents dealing with coastal defense and piracy, privateering activities in this period. And I would argue that many of these do use a racialized language in order to construct the idea of the Muslim enemy on the Mediterranean, but also how to deal with Muslims who are captured. And as a result, we have a situation in the early modern French Mediterranean where we have connections between discussions of the infidel as the other in the space of the galley. But for those of you who know the story of the French Wars of Religion, which is also going on in this period, there are connections with presenting the Protestants within France as the enemy. Moriscos, who are expelled from Spain, travel through France in this period. And so there are dimensions dealing with Moriscos and also Conversos and Jews in the eastern part of France. So it's a very complex terrain for the construction of the other in France in this period. I'm trying to insert the galley and the ports into that series of discussions about race in the early modern Mediterranean world. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brian. That is probably one of the most visually impressive presentations I've seen for a while. We have about 25 minutes for questions, so please do pop your questions into the Q&A for me if you can. But I'm going to kick off the Q&A with a general question, which comes from James Renton. And it's a question for the whole panel. At our conference last year, Stephanie Schuler-Springorium argued in her keynote that ideas of Jewish conspiracy in Iberia were brought in texts to Central Europe, which had major consequences. Can you point to a geographical origin source of 15th/16th century notions of race? Was there an intellectual centre in Europe in terms of race thinking? Would you agree with Stephanie? Second, interconnected question. We'll deal with that first question and see how we go. Anyone want to volunteer at having a bash at the question? No?
I don't know if I can deal with the Central European aspects at all here, but I think that there is a common pool of crusading narratives that are recycled over and over again, certainly in the Mediterranean, but I think that they involve all Europeans, ultimately, all Christians, certainly Latin Christians. The Greek Orthodox is a different issue there. But some historians like Robert Sauzet have referred to a crusading nostalgia in this period, seeing crusading narratives as just having an echo. I see crusading as much more active. There are a lot of projects for carrying out crusades. They may seem anachronistic and odd to us today, but they seem to be taken very seriously in the 16th and early 17th centuries, certainly. So I think that the repository of crusading narratives and ideas is a common source. It's not placed in a central location, but I think that is something shared.
Thanks, Brian. James has sent a response saying, Crusades very interesting. In my own research, French imperial policymakers are still obsessed with the Crusades in the early 20th century. Just before we move on to another question, does Nicholas or Tom want to come in on that?
Just very briefly in response to James's first comment. I mean, I like I said, I'm not a historian of race, and I don't have a geographic locale, but I do think that one of the distinctions that I think we need to be sensitive to, and I brought out a little bit in an exposition of Baudin's thought on religion, is a distinction between alterity between Abrahamic religions and those between essentially kind of what were classified as pagans or idolaters, or kind of people who were much more difficult to classify in a sense for early modern Europeans. And I think that distinction is crucial to take on board. It becomes crucial again when we look at the evolution and the kind of emergence of, as I try to say, concepts of religion as a sociological or anthropological entity rather than simply right religion or paganism or kind of heathens. So I think that that's a distinction that's key if we want to make sense of how this mushy kind of hybrid of religion and race was sorted out and distinguished into distinct fields, and I think that will help us kind of get a grip on what I think still has to be the main question, which is how a modern idea of race, perhaps an idea that we no longer think is worth its weight, how that idea emerged as when it did. I think we need to come back to that question. And otherwise, I think we're just kind of rooting around for categories of race that didn't really exist.
We've had a response to you, Nick. It says, Abrahamic versus pagan epistemes in the European mind. So true. Tom, have you got anything you'd like to add to the previous responses? I think we need to unmute you.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting confused with something on the Zoom because the screen share is still on, so I couldn't see anyone. I don't think I have a huge amount to add, except I think maybe looking at kind of a multipolar, looking at things through a multipolar lens is probably more helpful than trying to say any one place is an intellectual center. That would be my input.
Okay, dope. James asked a second interconnected question. Please keep the questions coming in. I've got several from James to keep the conversation going, but it would be nice to hear other people's thoughts and questions. Stephanie's argument speaks to Jinghui Wang's thesis yesterday that borderlands, in her case the border between warring Christendom and Islam/Judaism, were the engine of ideas of difference in ancient Babylonia. Agree, disagree, not interested?
No, I agree that borderlands are very interesting, and there's been a lot of work on war zones on the edges of empires, sort of the marchlands being interesting areas for ethnogenesis in antiquity and the Middle Ages, and I think the early modernists are also looking at these notions. And so it makes sense that if these are spaces of ethnogenesis, that one might find something that one calls race operative in some of them too. I think it's perhaps the intersection of this sort of space of ethnogenesis with active warfare, persistent warfare, and that's why I think raiding warfare is very interesting, because it tends to go on over long periods in certain spaces, like between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans in the Balkans during the 15th and 16th centuries, for example, but also in the Mediterranean, also in the Caribbean. And when you have intersections of this with articulations of difference that have a root in naturalistic, religious, scientific discourses operative in the same spaces, that is very interesting to me.
I wonder if I could just add and really ask Brian, because it seems this question seems to beg the further question of maritime spaces and seas as actually quite different from borderlands and border spaces, because well, spatially they work in a different way. I mean, it seems to me interesting to ask the question of how alterity and difference and pluralism is experienced on a ship or on the kind of within a kind of maritime culture, as compared to, for instance, within a city or within a borderland or border space. I'm sure there's a kind of literature, even a sociological literature here, which I'm completely ignorant of, but you know, that does seem an interesting lens through which to ask this question, and very, you know, one that may come up with different answers to thinking about borderlands as a land-based encounter.
That's really interesting. I think that one of the things I was trying to get at very quickly with Lauren Benton is ways in which early modern scholars are trying to rethink maritime spaces. It's not simply open, it's not simply deep blue sea, and pre-Grotius, there are notions of laws on the sea, and yet they don't work the same way as late 17th century ones and later do. One of the things about the Mediterranean context is very interesting is that the maritime spaces are largely along the coastlines and between islands. So there are, arguably there's some real connections in that sort of space. I would say it's true of the Caribbean too. It's also true of a lot of the areas of Southeast Asia, where you have the possibility of being almost always within sight of land. There's a sort of connection between those types of maritime spaces and borderlands, especially when you consider piracy and raiding warfare, and there are intersections between the raiding warfare on land and on sea, and it is the connection between the fleets of ships and their pathways on the sea, but also their connections with the port cities and the littoral. So I think that can be interesting for considering race, because you get people who are taken into slavery or captivity and then ransomed or freed later or not. And how those people circulate through those spaces becomes really interesting for the questions of race.
Brian, could I just ask, we've just had a comment asking, would you be able to stop the share screen so that the attendees are able to see everyone? Or is that something I need to do? I'm not sure. Just while we're trying to figure that out, Tom, do you have anything you'd like to add? Just on the question relating to Borderlands?
So the only thing that, well, firstly, I mean, building on what I said for the last response, I think Borderlands are incredibly interesting and are centers of generation for conceptions of racialized discourse. What I found interesting was also that a lot of in my period in the topic I was looking at, a lot of the challenges to slavery in Republican terms actually came from the borders of the imperial project. So, for example, the Rhode Island colony essentially abolished the trade of slaves in 1652, which I find incredibly interesting. But yeah, that's my thought for that.
If there's no, can I add another point and ask another question really of Brian, because it also seemed to me that there's then I like the point that you made that recently, and I think you position your own work within this, there's been research which has kind of countered the previous fixation upon, let's say, a kind of friendly view of the Mediterranean with cultures exchanging and moving around. I mean, that reminded me of this museum I went to once in Marseille, a Museum of the Mediterranean, which was all about that narrative of how, you know, actually difference just doesn't really matter in the Mediterranean because we're all friends, which is of course you know, rubbish. So I wanted to kind of push you a bit and see if you have any, if you want to make a broader like methodological point about that. Do you see what you're doing as kind of countering kind of almost like a moralizing trend in historical scholarship? Because that's something that I find quite problematic. Not countering it, but you know, the kind of the pervasiveness, I think, in some quarters of that very moralized message about pluralism, and mainly because it doesn't get to the crux of the issue, which is how difference was navigated and problematized and challenged, but also, you know, enforced and established. So I just wondered if you wanted to say anything more about that or make a broader remark, because that's something I find, you know, it speaks to how I feel, I suppose.
Yeah, I sort of came to this, you know, through a curious trajectory. I'm a historian primarily of the French Wars of Religion, and so when I deal with alterity, it's primarily confessional between Catholics and Protestants who really didn't get along, and the violence is really brutal. But I started following some of those actors out into the Mediterranean and started going to Mediterranean conferences probably about 15 years ago, and always found myself one of the only people working on Mediterranean France in the early modern period, but also one of the few people working explicitly on violence. And for my approach to the French Wars of Religion, as well as to the Mediterranean, I think it's important to look at targeting. How are people individually and also groups targeted for violence? And how is that violence organized? And then how is it explained? And often we only get the sort of literary explanations for violence after the fact. I'm really interested in looking at the people who are enacting violence, perpetrating violence, and how they organize it. And I think that it's in this step of targeting that you can see a lot of these racial, I would argue, ideas active in different ways. It's not as systematic as in a treatise, but it is very serious when you consider your enemies to be dogs, and you can actually capture them and force them to then row in your galley immediately afterward, or sell them off. But the circulation of slaves and the brutality of slave taking in the Mediterranean is pretty stark. So that's what interests me, is looking at the connection between the background discourses and the targeting.
Okay, I have a question for Nick. Nick, if the moderate and the moderation were conceptualized in the 16th century in opposition to something/someone else, fanaticism, then doesn't that oppositional framing mean that it is embedded in a language and a politics of conflict? And if the fanatic is often seen as a racial enemy, the Jew, the Saracens, late Luther, then is the via media moderation liberalism not also bound forever more to notions of race conflict, brackets, colonized Islam, Jewish communism, post-colonial Muslim immigration, Macron mostly, I dare you to call me ahistorical, smiley face.
I read that question previously. I don't have any problem with people being ahistorical as long as they're aware of it. I think it's a good question. I mean, it really cuts to the heart of what I'm trying to do in my current research with moderation, because I think it's a misunderstood concept and practice, and has broadly been understood as a kind of negative exercise in countering fanaticism, extremism, radicalism, such that actually we struggle to get our grips on what it means to be moderate, or to practice moderation, or to stand for moderation if one wanted to do that. So I think there's an element of truth in what James written, insofar as a slippery notion, moderates define themselves negatively. But I think there's also a deeper history of kind of positively defining a moderate way of behaving and thinking, and actually looking back to early modern thinkers rather than modern kind of 19th century or 20th century theorists or political thinkers who are associated with moderation, can, I think, shed light on that kind of positive moderation rather than negative moderation as a way of moderate self-defining. So just to cut that short, I suppose, I don't think he's right that moderates conceptualized in opposition to something else, which they call fanaticism, necessarily. I think that did take place, and I think that's why moderation, if we enter it as a history, I suppose, brings to the fore how difference and conflict essentially was played out in specific contexts. But I think there's another story to tell, which is a kind of struggle to articulate a sense of political moderation which wasn't exclusionary, and was instead about kind of trying to incorporate differences and incorporate extremes within it rather than nullify them. So I think there's almost two narratives, and what we need to do is get to grips with each of them and work out how they relate to one another. I tried to show how that first narrative, if you like, the articulation of moderation as an opposition to something, to a radical or to a fanatic, which often became religious or racial in nature, played out as we look at, as I looked at Bagehot and then Martin Luther King. That's really the tradition in which they're on two sides of moderation as a kind of proto-racialized way of thinking about civilization, and in Luther King's position, moderation as a kind of veil for racial violence. But I think there's another way of thinking about it, and I think we need that's kind of where I'm trying to get at, I suppose. So there's two sides of a coin, I suppose, if that makes sense. But I think it's very difficult to think about moderation in relation to concepts such as race, which is why I'm trying to do it, both in early modern history, but actually in terms of political theory as well.
We have around 9 minutes left for questions. Does anyone have a question for Tom in particular?
I could ask Tom a question, I suppose. One of the things which I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this correctly, but one of the things that struck me as you were presenting is that you were looking for problems where perhaps there weren't as many problems. You're looking for kind of problematization of race, where your actors were speaking about race indirectly or inconsequentially. And I wondered how you had, I know you think a lot about method and the problems involved in writing history of political thought. So I wondered if you could say a few words about how you had come to terms with that as an approach, because the contextualist imperative is that we work with intentions, and we'd work with the words that the historical actors used and what they meant by them. I think that, in my own view, that's kind of what I try to say in my talk. That I think that makes writing a history of race before people used terms as used very intentionally ideas of race in their political thought quite difficult. So I just wondered if you could say a few words about how you'd kind of come to terms with that, or your kind of inner struggles about how to write a history of race in political thought when race wasn't really there.
So thank you for the question. It's a good question. And there's various ways to approach it. I mean, for me, I guess to start, what struck me the most was that these passages were in Sydney and that they were repeatedly used. And they were clearly connected to what he was trying to say in his political thought. They weren't some aberration and detached from it. They were part of it, especially the Aristotelian notion of natural slavery. So that I thought was important to unpick, primarily because people tend to ignore it, which in a way, to look at it the other way, is actually, if you're trying to figure out what someone's saying in their context, is actually detracting from what they're saying. Secondly, there's the material dimension, that slavery and the slave trade is happening, and there is a racialized dimension to it. He was a member of the executive in a regime which partook in that with legislation. Many of its members were slave traders and slave owners. And then he was nostalgic for that regime in the future and did touch on the themes of trade in his work, but it always came back to the idea of monopolies. I know there is this, if you want to go, someone mentioned Skinner in the comments, the idea of looking, kind of seeing things that are scattered as being more than they actually are. But the other side of that is you assume because things are scattered that it isn't anything. But given the context of what's happening in the regime and in the Atlantic world, and especially the fact that the passages on natural slavery are not scattered, I think there's a case to be made that there is a racialized element here. And the reason why it wouldn't be necessarily the primary focus of these political works is because most of these people didn't need to justify this because it was assumed. And this is where maybe some of the insights of, say, critical race theory may come in terms of, because also if that is the world, if that is the material conditions, you're assuming these structures are there. And obviously, I mean, from the point of view of the methodology of intellectual historians, that can be a dangerous territory to go into, but I think it's one which is worth exploring. Yeah, I think that covers some of the points I was thinking about.
I think we'll squeeze in one last question for the panel, again from James Renton, who's using this panel as his own personal Q&A function. James asks, but why should we be bound by the contextual imperative? Can we not push Skinner aside like he once did to his precursors? Isn't it rather limiting to stick to the intention?
Should I jump in or?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I didn't actually mention Skinner. I didn't actually intend to. And I don't necessarily think I think the contextual imperative can actually bring a lot of problems, especially when it's done in such a way that it's not really contextual, it's more textual. That's the problem I've been having over the years, which is maybe more distant from that school of thinking, because theoretically speaking, I mean, there's so much else happening in the world at the time, but we don't talk about it because we focus so exclusively on the linguistic texts. And I think that what is understood as context should be broadened, and some of these theoretical modes should be more malleable.
Just to chip in, I mean, I think it may be it's useful to think about why Skinner invented his theory, if it's really Skinner's theory, and it seems to me it's quite simple. It's just to counter anachronism. Basically, people were just doing bad history, playing around with ideas and pretending to write about the past, and that's why he kind of said, well, actually, we need to pay attention to what people meant and thought rather than playing with their words. And I think that remains important. And I think, again, I've said this several times, but as someone who's not a historian of race, entering the world of the history of race, actually more than that, reading kind of literary scholars who write about race in the past, that certainly has reminded me that it's really important to be sensitive to what people actually meant and the categories that they had in their mind when they wrote certain things. So I think that remains an imperative that I think has value here, but even more in this debate than in some of the debates that Skinner followed up in his own thought. I think that it could be broadened out, and that's why I kind of remarked that something that interests me is thinking about a conceptual history of race as part of a kind of conceptual historical approach to the problem, I suppose, of the modern age. Thinking about how, I think, for me anyway, what motivates me is to carry on thinking about why a specific idea of race emerged when it did, rather than try to find other ideas or find kind of shadows or germs of that idea in the centuries that preceded it. Because I think that potentially can lead you down a dangerous path, a very interesting path, but maybe not a very truthful one. So that's kind of my agenda, I suppose. That's what motivates me, and I think that is going beyond Skinner. That's not a particularly Skinnerian agenda, because it does mean that we need to think about how these concepts emerged. So we do need to look at the period from which they came and why they emerged when they did. So it's not a narrow kind of contextualism, but neither is it a kind of, I don't know, I think it's more historically rigorous than applying kind of, than trying to shatter, I suppose, the idea of race altogether. I think that the term I used by Jean-Frédéric Schaub, a non-linear history of race, is really useful because it allows there to be sufficient flexibility, but also sufficient continuity for us to kind of write meaningful histories, but histories that are also kind of pluralistic.
And just to jump in there, I think that, coming out of Geraldine Hing's work and her talk earlier in the conference reinforces, what you're saying, Nick, and thinking of both of your sources, Nick and Tom, and also Justine's sources. A lot of the context of our broader historiographies of race are really tied to transatlantic slavery as an institution and the nation state and its empire as a political construct. And of course, if you look at your sources and my sources and Justine's sources, we don't yet have the notion of a nation attached to a state. We don't have the empires of the 19th, 20th century as the referent. They're different sorts of empires, very different. Transatlantic slavery is developing, but Mediterranean slavery, also trans-Saharan slavery, also slavery forms in other parts of the world are in competition with transatlantic slavery. And so all of our sources, I think, in this panel show, different conceptions of race and racism, because all of the structures around which race has been articulated in our historiographies are different in this period. So that's where the contextualization is very important, but how to do it with which sources, whose voices to bring out becomes the real question.
Thanks very much, Brian. So our time is up. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank each of our presenters again, including Justine. And thank you to everyone for your questions. The next session starts in just over 15 minutes, and it will be on early modern Africa and Iberia. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is someone able to let me know if my microphone's working okay? Is it all right volume-wise?
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
thank
good.
you.
It's good.
Hello, James. I'm not seeing Jonathan, or am I? Yes, I am seeing Jonathan. He's down there. Right. Does Brian Sandberg still need to be on the list at the top, because it means I can't see all of the participants in one line?
No, you can remove me. I was in the last session.
Can I remove you? Hide non-video. Was that hidden you? Yes, excellent. Yep, I'm good to start, James. Right, okay. I've just been given the go-ahead to start. So, my name is Sarah Irving. I'm a Leverhulme Early Career Fellow at Edge Hill University, and I am your chair for this final panel today. Congratulations to those of you that have made it through the previous two. I know it can be quite demanding sitting in front of computers for online conferences, but there's been such a fantastic selection of papers so far, and now we are on to the panel on early modern Africa and Iberia. We have 4 papers. They will be 15 minutes each, and in order to keep as much time for Q&A, we will be keeping as closely as possible to time. We'll take the Q&A at the end of all of the papers. And if people could put their questions into the Q&A rather than the chat. You can find the biographies for all of our excellent presenters on the programme. So again, in the interests of leaving as much time as possible for the presentations and for the Q&A, I'm not going to do spoken biographies of everybody, but I'm going to dive straight in with the first of our papers, The Silencing of the Sahel in Historiographies of Race and Slavery in the Early Modern Mediterranean, with Dr. Laurie DeLucia of Boston University, and that's Boston, USA, not the small market town in Britain. Laurie, over to you.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'd like to thank Monica and James for hosting this conference, and Sarah for chairing. I'm really excited to be here, and there's been some great talks. I'm going to jump right in and share my screen. Okay, hopefully, is that showing? We're good?
Yes, now we
okay. So my most recent research has focused on a slave trade that extended from the Central Sahel into Palermo, Sicily in the early modern period. And scholarship on early modern slavery in Sicily has rarely focused specifically on these growing populations of Black Africans in the enslaved communities from 1450 to around 1550. These communities were trafficked from the central Sahel into North African ports along the Mediterranean, with Palermo being directly connected to slave markets in present-day Libya. And so as I've done this work, there's been two quotes that have kind of stood out to me, just in terms of methodologies and thinking about it. And I put them up here. So the first is John Hunwick, where he writes, "For every gallon of ink that has been spilt on the transatlantic slave trade and its consequences, only one very small drop has been spilt on the study of the forced migration of Black Africans into the Mediterranean world of Islam and the broader question of slavery within Muslim societies." And then also, for what I'm talking about a lot today, it was Maga Nkeita's question is, what has been the impact of race on the writing of history? So I'm going to dive into my research and then pull out and kind of think about the methodological implications of some of these ideas. So this presentation examines these questions in the context of my own research and is composed of three sections. The first is a discussion of the impact of racialized geographies on the silencing of the Sahel in Mediterranean historiographies. And the second is a more theoretical discussion on how rethinking the borders of the Mediterranean expands the discussion of how and where race was constructed and used as a means of social stratification in the 15th and 16th century. And finally, the third is a discussion of the methodological implications of broadening Mediterranean historiographies to include the Sahel. So as John Hunwick wrote, much of the scholarship on slavery focuses on the Atlantic. And while the Atlantic slave trade that developed in the 16th century was unique in its volume and the role it played in shaping capitalism in the modern world, it also coexisted with diverse trans-Saharan and Mediterranean slave trades. And in order to address the lack of scholarship on these trans-Saharan slave trades connected to the Mediterranean, it is important to consider Maga Nkeita's question. The racialized border between North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa has had a long-lasting impact on the writing of African and Mediterranean history. This border effectively created two Africas, one that has been grouped as white and Mediterranean, and the other a Black Sub-Saharan Africa. It's not new. In Greek and medieval Arab geographies, the fourth clime unified North Africa and Southern Europe as being the most moderate in its climate and the most civilized in its inhabitants. Brodel reiterated this geocultural grouping when he wrote that the Mediterranean climate lies between the northern limit of the olive tree and the northern limit of the palm grove, and that this shared climate led to the same ways of life. Later, 21st century Italian scholar Giuseppe Bonafini wrote that it is in fact undeniable that Mediterranean Europe is historically, politically, and economically tied to the countries of North Africa and the Levant much more than it is to Atlantic Europe. On the other hand, we consider that you could not put in doubt that the Egyptians and Arabs are, in terms of culture, history, and civilization, much closer to us than to the tribes of the Congo and Dahomey. So the majority of scholarship on slavery in the Mediterranean has revolved around corsair warfare and the role of primarily what were considered white captives in the Mediterranean economy. In doing so, it has remained committed to the definition of a Mediterranean that unified coastlines but ended at the Saharan border. In the case of work on slavery in Italy, Belgian historian Charles Verlinden made an important intervention when he showed that enslaved Black people in medieval Sicily had arrived from a trans-Saharan trade route that led from West Africa into Barca. And actually, let me put up a map just so you can see kind of the areas that I'm talking about here. So he made this intervention saying that slaves were coming from the Sahel into Barca, which is in present-day Libya. But he then suggests that over the 15th century, the source of enslaved Black Africans in Sicily, who were becoming the majority of Sicily's enslaved population, shifted to the Iberian slave trade, which I'm sure people are going to talk about after me, that was developing along the Atlantic coast of Africa at the same time period. This was later disputed by one historian, Maurice Aymard, who proposed that the trans-Saharan trade route remained more important in Sicily, even citing the importance of enslaved people from Borno. Most historians recognize that the trade into Barca connected to Sicilian markets, but the reason for an increase of enslaved Africans in Sicily during the late 15th and 16th century remains disputed. And while Verlinden pointed to the Atlantic trade, others have pointed to the rise in corsair warfare. But the jump to the Atlantic or Corsair warfare is a logical assumption in the dynamics of a historiography of the Mediterranean that has shut off Africa south of the Sahara. So even when the words Borno appeared in a 1565 census, a 20th century Italian author assumed it must have been Borneo in Southeast Asia, rather than Borno in West Africa. In my own research, I have further developed Amar's conclusion by showing that the increase of enslaved Black Africans in Sicily was at least as much due to the growth of Borno and Hausa states as it was to political shifts in the Mediterranean. And I've explored how when we recenter Borno and Hausa states at the heart of this history, Sicily becomes a minor output market for a short period of time when the Spanish gained control of Tripoli and took part in this trans-Saharan slave trade. So that's kind of the first section of my paper, and I'm going to move on from that, but I'm open to answering more questions about it. But in alignment with the kind of overall conference theme, I want to move on to the theoretical implications of studying race in this kind of larger context. So one of the theoretical consequences of addressing how the geographic conceptualizations of race have influenced the writing of this particular history of slavery is that then we also have to re-examine the construction of race in relation to practices of slavery along the entire slave trafficking route, so from Borno to Palermo. And I'm going to take a step back to consider how to define race, but this is kind of an ongoing definition. And as we've seen many scholars talk about in this conference, there's a lot of important dialogues that are informing this definition. I will say that I do draw a lot from the work of many scholars before me, such as Geraldine Heng, Bruce Hall, Shouki El-Hammel, and I'm not looking at race as a concept detached from its actions, nor am I looking for its origins. The idea of looking for the origins of these ideas in the early modern period is connected to this teleological view of history that relies on the assumption that there was this birth of history starting with the creation of the Western world. So while in its modern context, race relies on false biological premises, I don't think it's useful to think of race as a distinctly modern phenomenon. And we've already really seen engaging dialogues on both sides of this in the conference. So I like to think of it as that beginning in the 18th century, biology was activated to support a moral ordering of the world that had already begun to take place in different regions of the world at earlier periods. So in a very broad definition, I am considering race as a term used to differentiate groups of people in which traits assigned to these groups were considered hereditary or immutable. And as Bruce Hall has written, I'm most interested in the work that race did. So in the context of the slave trade, ideologies of race were developed and transformed from the Central Sahel into the Mediterranean and interacted with the justification and practices of enslavement along the way. So race did not carry the same meaning in each place, but instead shared ideologies, often drawn from religious contexts, played different functions in each local setting. So in the Central Sahel, concepts of race were tied to Arab lineages that rulers used to assert their divine power. We see this in King's Lists from Borno and oral histories from the Hausa states. These ideas also interacted with pre-existing indigenous social hierarchies. For example, in Borno, blacksmiths who were spiritually powerful were placed at the bottom of these new Islamicized social hierarchies. And now these blacksmiths were described as pagans and therefore enslavable and dangerous to this kind of new Islamicized social hierarchy that was being institutionalized across the Sahel. This Islamic belt in the Sahel was often included as part of a white Islamic Africa in the writings of North African Muslim clerics, and West African rulers and scholars communicated, traded, and traveled within the larger Islamic world. At the same time, in practices of slavery in North Africa, skin color was often an overriding factor in determining someone's enslavability. Here, the Hamitic theory was employed to equate Black skin to enslavability. The border between white and Black Africa then also reflected the border between Islam and paganism, and therefore demarked who was enslavable. For many West Africans living in North Africa, their darker skin color often translated to a higher likelihood of enslavement and limited social mobility. Historian Shouki El-Hammel assertively concluded that in Morocco, religious principles, and this is quoted, in Morocco, religious principles were substituted by racial concepts and a racist ideology in order to establish and preserve the social boundaries that demarcate the identities and privileges of the Arabs and the Berbers. Historian Remy Derrière also found potential similarities in Tripoli, where Black Africans were under social restrictions that confined them to certain neighborhoods and defined who they could marry. Just checking how I'm doing on time. So in European history, the discussion of marginalization and persecution during this time period is most often framed in religious rather than racial terms. But with the sudden influx of Black Africans into enslaved populations of Europe, and especially on the Iberian Peninsula and in Sicily, race becomes an important factor, or you see it developing into kind of a new social category, this distinction. So, so similar to the North African context, religious hierarchies were incorporating Blackness into new social categories. Blackness was often associated with paganism or heathenism, so it fell outside the wars occurring among the Abrahamic religions in the Mediterranean. Interpretations of Blackness interacted with financial, political, and religious institutions in complex ways. And here I'll just give a few examples. White and Black captives experienced slavery differently in the Mediterranean. North Africans and Eastern Europeans were often used in galley labor and for ransom. Their time in captivity was often temporary. And while North African Muslims were often described as dangerous and a religious enemy, they also both participated and benefited from the economies of ransom and corsair warfare. So linking back to this discussion of geographies in the fourth climb, the social border between a Moor or Turk and Italian was also more fluid. Italians could convert to Islam and Farsi Turco, or become a Turk. Moors could find free communities in Sicily and the Iberian Peninsula. In contrast, European captains of corsair warfare described enslaved Black Africans as unskilled rowers and preferred not to use their labor on galleys. Black Africans were also left out of the ransom economy, in which they would have been less valuable because they did not have the same network as their North African counterparts to pay the ransom. And even in freedom, they had less economic and social opportunities for mobility. So Black Africans were seen as less as a religious enemy compared to their dangerous Moor counterparts. And as such, they were described as less of a threat, which in part justified their being absorbed into households. So I think it's important to think about, if we're thinking about race in this context, I'm always thinking about the act that it's doing in terms of how slavery was practiced in Sicily. So Sicilian owners often describe their Black Africans as having exceptional physical strength, perhaps because of their knowledge of North African armies. Many of the owners were also involved in corsair warfare. But they also always coupled this with an innate sense of loyalty to their owners. And this corresponded to the fact that many Sicilian elite slave owners were also using their enslaved Black Africans in criminal endeavors, or as the brute strength in pursuing personal vendettas in a highly competitive economic and political environment of Palermo. And I'm talking specifically about Palermo here for my examples. The Catholic Church in Sicily also depicted African physical strength as less of a threat by tempering it with their jovial nature and gentleness. This characterization is important in the sense that it depicts them as capable of being domesticated or subjugated through practices of slavery. And it appears in the conversion efforts of Jesuits, where Moors actively resisted conversion attempts. Black Africans were described as coming willingly to the religion, and their souls, if not their physical bodies, were deemed worthy of salvation. And then finally, in the canonization records of San Benedetto, just as a last example from Sicily, he was a Black African saint who lived in Sicily in the 16th century. His Blackness was referred to as part of his genealogy, as an inherited trait. And like in Morocco, his Blackness and his slave status were often equated. And you can see here, this is an example from his canonization records where the priest had written Schiavo and then crossed it out and wrote Black above it. So you just kind of see here a moment in writing where these two concepts were mixed up at this time, but also linked together. So finally, I just want to move on to some of what the methodological implications are of expanding this Mediterranean region. And I have this quote up here that any historical narrative is a particular bundle of silences and the result of a unique process, and the operation required to deconstruct these silences will vary accordingly. So in my first project, I worked with primarily Sicilian documents. it is important to consider some of the challenges of reaching the history of those oppressed, in this case, enslaved Africans, in documents that replicate the power structures in which they were created. So in order to overcome this obstacle, I think there's two important gaps that we need to address. First is the silence in the archives, and then there's the silencing of the archives. So when I first approached archivists in Sicily and explained my project, they emphatically told me that I would not find what I was looking for. There were no African slaves in Sicily. They would quickly redirect me to the Redemption archives that dealt with captives of Corsair warfare. And in many ways, they were right. I would not find what I was looking for. Enslaved Africans do appear in 16th century documents in Sicilian archives, but with baptized names or listed only with ages and prices. I did not find firsthand narratives of their experiences. Instead, they appear briefly, often through the lens of European eyes. African historians have been well trained in the importance of oral histories to Africa, and some have tried to challenge European texts by finding the oral element in the written word, reconstructing the African voices that were likely present at the construction of texts, such as European travelogues. But there is still a significant limitation to this methodology and its application to legal, commercial, and census documents in which enslaved Africans would have played little role in their construction. Though I am a big fan of Sicilian archives, I think they're a treasure trove, so I think people should go running to them if they want to learn more about early modern slavery. But the second approach is to gaining more insight into the African part of this history has been addressing the silencing of certain archives. Here I'm referring to the separation of archives and the silencing of extant historical documents from Africa in Mediterranean histories, and particularly Sicilian ones. Methodologically, it meant that writing a history of Sicily would require reconsideration of the archives from the African regions to which it was connected. So in my own dissertation, I did employ oral histories from Borno and the House of States as an important archive to write this history. And currently, I am researching Hausa documents that are written in the Arabic script, or Ajami. And I just want to end this presentation with kind of a call for us to look at how we can better integrate some of these sources. BU is doing an excellent project led by Falun Gong, which is really digitizing some of these Ajami documents written in African languages, transcribing them, translating them, and putting them out there for scholars to access. In other cases, sometimes, it's these archives are out there. My colleague Medina Tam is working with family archives from Mali. But I think in order for us to kind of approach these transnational histories and to address archival biases, there needs to be more teamwork, collaborative teams that incorporate both scholars and archives of West Africa, or more broadly from the global South. Oftentimes, these histories require linguistic and cultural understandings that are beyond the capabilities of any one scholar. And I think we as humanities scholars could learn from our fellow scholars in the sciences and think about how we can work more in these kind of collaborative research groups and publish more in that way too. And so I'm going to end with the image of San Benedetto, who was a 16th century African living in Sicily. He is often described as Ethiopian, but his father's name is Cristoforo, a name that was most often given to men from Borno in Sicily, something that we could only know from studying the names and lives of the thousands of other men and women from Borno who lived and raised families in 16th century Sicily. Today, San Benedetto has become a symbol of hope for the new waves of African immigrants arriving in Sicily, many of who are also calling for Italy to confront its own racist policies in the Mediterranean and its rights to citizenship. Part of Italy's solution to its contemporary issues with race will not only be facing its own history of slavery, but also the construction of that history that has allowed it to be silenced for so long. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Laurie. We are now going to move on to Dr. Gretchen Head of Yale and the National University of Singapore, who will be speaking on the formation of the Christian race and ideas of Judaism in 15th century Spain.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think maybe the topic is off. So I'm talking about figuring Blackness and literary historical accounts of Morocco and West Africa.
I do apologize. It's the order in which the headings and names are given. So yes, I read that the wrong way around. My bad.
No, it's all good. I mean, there's some overlap actually with this paper and the paper that we just heard. So I want to say two things. First, I'm not a historian. I might be the only person who's not a historian here, it looks like, but I'm a literary scholar. But I am talking about historiographies. Also, it is almost 3 a.m. in Singapore, so so I'm a little tired. Okay. This paper is part of a longer inquiry that asks how color, geography, and their connections to slavery figure in the Arabic literary tradition and how their figurations have changed over time. The grounding of this analysis is one particular historical event that had wide-ranging consequences, Morocco's 1591 invasion of the Songhai, a West African empire immediately south of the Sahara Desert. By launching this invasion, the Moroccan Sultan, Ahmed al-Mansour al-Dahabi, both violated the autonomy of a community of free Muslims and effectively destroyed West Africa's great centers of Arabic Islamic knowledge production, cities that had been religiously and intellectually bound to Morocco through the trans-Saharan trade routes. A focus on 1591 and its textual afterlives opens up a view to the shifting way Arabic literary texts and forms have figured the territories and peoples south of the desert at different historical moments. What I want to show here is the particular rhetorical shape and texture of this figuration at a moment of upheaval and a later moment of discursive reconciliation. Both pivot around the question of a people's place within the larger Arabic Islamic Ummah or community, something I see as a central rhetorical mediating category. The operative term for Blackness in the Moroccan historiographical texts that are my focus here is Es-Sudan, which is literally the blacks, a metonymic signifier based on both skin color and geography. It's a term with links to a number of historical phenomena, from the Arab slave trade to the propagation of the Hamitic myth that ties Blackness to servitude, to the Mediterranean-centric geographical theories inherited from the Greeks. Yet the degree to which these phenomena have been implied by the word has varied over time. For example, the meaning isn't the same in al-Bakri's 11th century history of West Africa as it is in Ibn Qutayba's 9th century account, etc. Slavery, too, is hardly a straightforward matter in the Islamic world, and I won't address the question of how it functioned as an institution. Instead, my concern is how the rhetoric of high Arabic literary culture has constructed its images of sub-Saharan Africa and how these have intersected with the idea of who might be permissibly enslaved. With the invasion of 1591, the word Sudan takes on the force of figurative speech, its meaning at this moment generated through opposition. It's in the official history penned by the Moroccan Sultan scribe that the Sudan are understood as an explicit contrast to Muslims, marking them at the same time as open to enslavement. This meaning is carried through the local historiographic tradition until the end of the 19th century, when a crucial shift occurs. So I want to draw on, I'm going to draw on these three central texts of Moroccan historiography that recount the event. You have Al-Fishtali's 16th century chronicle, which was the official one that was contemporary with the invasion, Al-Ifrani's 18th century chronicle, and Nasri's 19th century chronicle, which will be most of the focus of what I'm talking about. So we might ask why it's appropriate to talk about these historiographic texts together, despite the temporal remove between them. Pre-modern Arabic writing is highly referential, meaning when a new historian would write his history, he would include within it verbatim the text of his predecessors and then just add to it. So when I talk about An-Nasri's 19th century history, I'm talking about a text that actually includes within it whole sections unchanged of these earlier texts, right? So this makes the relation between these texts particularly clear and direct. I want to look at a moment from the historian Al-Ifrani's 18th century first. In lines rife with Quranic intertextual allusion, Al-Ifrani describes the first meeting between the two sides. The brief scene depicts the initial contact between the Moroccan and West African armies, where Jawdar Pasha, in charge of Morocco's offensive, is shown as he overtakes the ruler of the Songhai Empire, Askia Ishaq II. The Songhai Sultan immediately flees, literally he turns on his heel, and when his men see that the Moroccan army will counter their lances and spears with gunpowder, they try to follow suit. Unable to escape quickly enough, they're crushed like the hollow stumps of palm trees. And then Al-Ifrani writes, the swords of Jawdar and his forces held judgment over their necks until Es-Sudan, or the blacks, cried out, "We are Muslims, we are your brothers in faith," as the swords were doing their work among them. In this snapshot of military encounter, the idea of Ummah or Islamic community and the Sudan's place within it moves to the fore in the conflict's narration. To save their lives, the West Africans appeal to a way of seeing the self and the other that the idea of Islamic community facilitates. In a single voice, they express the utterance, "We are Muslims, we are your brothers in faith," asking for a recognition of kinship within the space of Islam. They implore the invaders to locate themselves in those they seek to conquer through the system of interpersonal meaning they share. Yet in the connecting particle "as" that expresses simultaneity, their request is dramatically denied even as they speak it. In the instant in which they declare their membership to the Ummah, they are set upon by the Moroccan army's weaponry, right? Because it is as they cry out that they're Muslims that the swords set to work among them. These lines of Al-Ifrani are the most transparent signaling that the space of Islamic community is the contested ground through which the Sudan will be shown to be outsiders. Now, this brief interpretation is all I have time for here, but it's far from the only instance like this. And if I were to unpack these lines further, we would also see that there's a lot of kind of Quranic intertext happening here that's also working to kind of other the Sudan in very particular rhetorical ways. I want to show one more moment that highlights West Africa's rhetorical exclusion from the Islamic community, but now turning to the 19th century. When En-Nasri wrote his 19th century history, he utilized large sections of El-Fishtali's original chronicle of the invasion. En-Nasri relates that once the news of victory reached the Sultan back in Morocco, it was celebrated like an Eid. He then includes a poem originally composed by El-Fishtali that reaffirms the rhetorical message of the 16th century chronicler, this time for a 19th century audience. And this poem begins like this. The morning army floods the night's darkness, its whiteness annihilating the blackness, as if it were your soldiers' banners that rose over the blacks, streaming in white. They appeared as their horizon was dark as night, shining like the column of the early morning after darkness. They were deployed so that you could unfold with your army a pitch black night, which was torn apart by the prowess of your sword, the al-Qadr. You sent an army composed of birds of prey, and each of its talons a screeching crow. You marched and led your soldiers by your strong will in the blue spearhead, by which the nights have cleansed its pitch black darkness. The light of prophecy shines from your forehead. So the extended metaphor of the poem's opening shows the night's blackness annihilated by the Moroccan army's light, after which a zoomorphic substitution follows that draws from the same poetic economy. In a coded hierarchy moored in negative associations around blackness, the Moroccans are figured as a nobler type of predatory bird, generally falcons, poised in the act of executing their West African prey, who are described by the loaded but common epithet of a screeching crow. El-Fishtali's poem, appropriated by En-Nasri, is structured by an unmistakable dualism depicting a battle where the Moroccans' whiteness, by a kind of divine intervention, succeeds in overtaking the darkness of West Africa, ultimately enabling the region's entry into the Muslim community, though of course they had already been Muslim for several hundred years. So despite the incorporation of sections like this from earlier accounts, En-Nasri includes an additional section of 4 pages, simply called Tetema, or appendix, his final thoughts on the Balad Sudan, or West Africa. Here he reverses things with the unequivocal assertion of West Africa's historical place within the larger Muslim community, right? So even at the same time as he's including all of this rhetoric from earlier chronicles, right, he completely changes course. And he writes, "It has already been made clear to you from what we have narrated about Sudan that the people of this land accepted Islam long ago." He goes on to say that the inhabitants of sub-Saharan Africa are among those with the best Islamic practice, the most correct religion, and the most learned in the Islamic sciences. He affirms that in regard to West Africa in particular, their exemplary adherence to Islam is widely known. While his concern at first seems to be the recognition and confirmation of West Africa's status within the Muslim community, his ultimate goal is actually more radical, and he can only arrive there by way of an argument charted through another trope native to the Arabic tradition, this time a concept taken from Islamic law. An-Nasri first points to the entwined associations of skin color, geographical location, religious status, and slavery, in no small part constituted by his predecessor's rhetoric. So sub-Saharan African roots and membership within the Arabic Islamic community are by this time conceptualized as mutually exclusive, the result being an imaginary that couples slavery with dark skin as a principle of fact. So An-Nasri writes, "Many people have come to believe that the Islamically legal requirement for slavery is black skin and being from this region, the Balad of Sudan. By God, this is among the most terrible of practices according to religion, for the people of Sudan are Muslims and therefore have the same rights as us and are subject to the same duties." And Nasri then makes a claim for Islam that surpasses all of his predecessors who wrote against slavery. So we know from the last talk, right, that historically in Islam, the issue with slavery is that Muslims couldn't be enslaved, but non-Muslims could be. So An-Nasri declares the impossibility in his day of reliably discerning between Muslims and non-Muslims in sub-Saharan Africa. Not only are the majority of Africans in West Africa Muslim, he writes, but in the 19th century, those in Morocco no longer have the same contact or knowledge of West Africa as people did at the time of the original invasion or prior to it. So An-Nasri's argument is that because it's impossible now to distinguish between Muslim and non-Muslim in the territories below the Sahara, there's no choice but to assume that everyone is Muslim so as not to risk accidentally enslaving those protected by Islam. Following his reasoning, it's no longer possible to enslave anyone from the continent at all. And here he begins to approach the real objective of his discussion, which is the unqualified condemnation of slavery as an institution illicit in Islam. The abolitionist discourses that spread throughout An-Nasri's home country in the 19th century surely influenced his thinking, though he wouldn't go on to adopt these discourses against slavery in a literal sense. Rather, An-Nasri interprets Islamic discourse through a new lens. The British position in trying to stop slavery in Morocco was that while slavery and the slave trade were not prohibited by Islamic law any more than they were by Jewish or Christian laws, in the march of social progress, the practice of slavery was unacceptable in civil society and to rational people, and as such should not be allowed. An-Nasri's overall position, is in fact squarely in line with that of Western abolitionists. He radically declares that the fundamental state of all human beings is one of freedom. In contrast, though, to the British Council, his means of arguing for the universal right to freedom is not through a turn to civil society's progress, but through the Islamic tradition itself and what he proposes as the changing responsibilities of the Ummah or the Islamic community. So in the final lines of this section of his text, his first move in challenging the legal precedent that permits slavery is to turn to that foundational source of Islamic law, the Hadith, where he says, the Prophet said, "Consult your heart even in cases where judgments have been issued. Conscience supersedes past juridical rulings, and no one who looks to their heart in this manner can hesitate in their conclusion," An-Nasri asserts. He then swiftly evokes the concept of Sadd al-Durai. I think, is there a chat here? How am I on time? I just have like one more minute. So he then swiftly evokes the concept of Sadd al-Durai, which is literally closing off the means that can lead to evil, a frequently used idea in the Maliki legal school to prohibit practices likely to lead to an illegal or harmful result. Here he points to both the impropriety of the age and all the uncertainties of the institution, meaning the difficulty of verifying the religious status of the enslaved, to insist upon the high probability of the practice leading to prohibited acts. After positioning slavery as potentially Islamically illegal according to this principle, he then reminds his reader of the need to continually reinterpret the tradition based on present historical context. Admitting that slavery was permitted in the time of the Prophet and the centuries that immediately followed, he states that the reasons for this no longer exist. Slavery at that time, he writes, was in the service of Islam as it conquered new territories and people were taken captive prior to their ultimate conversion. Now it's simply contrary to the spirit of religion. Having proven the incompatibility of slavery with the Ummah as it exists at the time of his history's composition in the 19th century, he ends with a moment of Quranic citation, asking for forgiveness for the practice's continuation by way of the Quran's 23rd chapter, where he says, "Our Lord, we have wronged ourselves, and if you do not forgive us and have mercy on us, we will surely be among the losers." So what I wanted to show with these readings, short as they are, is that Blackness, rhetorically coded as other at one historical moment, might also be rehabilitated and written back into the Muslim community at another, using tropes indigenous to the tradition. As a result, as it relates to identity, Blackness is fluid, mutable, and contingent. While Nasri's text didn't fully resolve the tensions with which the Arabic literary tradition has engaged with its sub-Saharan neighbors, what it shows is the possibility of rhetorically shifting the borders of belonging. And Nasri points to the potential traditional Arabic literary forms and concepts hold for healing the divide established between North and Sub-Saharan Africa. And on there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for such a fantastic paper, and congratulations on delivering it at 3 o'clock in the morning. I dread to think what I'd be like if I was trying to do that, but certainly not nearly so coherent and cogent. Okay, so we now move on to Dr. Erica Treitel of Coastal Carolina University, and she will be speaking on the formation of the Christian race and ideas of Judaism in 15th century Spain. Thank you so much, Erica.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen here. Okay, that's not working. I have let's see. Oh, here we go. I think I'm going to have to just not use my PowerPoint because I didn't set that up in advance. So I apologize. You'll just have to look at me. Okay, thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this fascinating conference, and to Sarah for chairing the session. I want to acknowledge that I am speaking from the traditional land of the Waccamaw and Jikora peoples, past and present. I also want to acknowledge that the enslavement of African peoples happened on this land in South Carolina, and that these histories continue to shape the present in this place. Contemporary theologians of race, including J. Cameron Carter and Willie James Jennings, and theorist of religion Gilani Jar, have argued that investigations into the history of racial thinking and Western thought need to attend to the contribution of Christian theology and to Christian responses to the Jewish question. These same scholars note the significance of late medieval and early modern Iberia for the development and transmission of ideas about race and about Jews that informed Western secularism and colonialism. Just as gender scholars have turned to masculinity as an object of inquiry, in an effort to make visible structures of thought that had long been invisible and uncritiqued, race scholars are examining whiteness, and scholars of Christianity are asking about its relationship to these and other processes of power. This paper will show how the debate among Christians about conversos in mid-15th century Castile provides a window into an historical moment in which we can observe participants making a Christian race in opposition to a Jewish one. The wave of anti-Jewish violence that spread across Castile and Aragon in 1391 caused the deaths of thousands or tens of thousands of Jews, the exile of others, and the forced baptism of even more. Christians called the newly baptized people conversos, or converts, new Christians, and marranos, possibly meaning swine. Jews called them anusim, the coerced. The next decade saw Jews, Old Christians, and conversos trying to navigate this new religious landscape. Socioeconomically, we can find conversos at all levels of society. In terms of religious identity, scholarship shows that they occupied a continuum of everything from committed secret Jews to zealous Christians, with most somewhere in the middle, and some agnostic, just wanting to get by and be left alone. While Christians had forced these people into baptism on pain of death, ironically, some among the so-called old Christians began to criticize them for not harboring a genuine Christian faith. In Toledo, tensions reached a crisis in 1449. Faced with internal and external political threats on all the kingdom's borders, the king's constable requested a war loan in the form of a tax from the citizens of Toledo. The outraged people of Toledo mounted an uprising against the converso tax collector, and their violence spread throughout the city to target the converso population as a whole. Conversos were dragged into the public square, subjected to hasty religious investigations, and pronounced guilty of unbelief and conspiracy to harm old Christians. They were stripped of their offices, robbed, and killed. The rebels also took over the city's bridges and gates and pronounced themselves independent of the king's authority. A man named Pedro Sarmiento assumed leadership of the insurgent government, which outlined the insurgents' complaints and defended their actions in a document called the Sentencia, or Decree, of Pedro Sarmiento. Among other proclamations, here are some of the ordinances that the Sentencia produced with respect to conversos. Conversos of the lineage of the Jews, as suspect in the faith in which they frequently vomit, easily Judaizing, cannot hold public or private offices or benefices through which they can harm the old, clean Christians, cristianos viejos lindos. Conversos must not give testimony in court. Old, clean Christians will fill the offices vacated by conversos, descendants of the lineage and breed, ralea, of the Jews. The statute extends to all conversos, past, present, and future, pretéritos y presentes y porvenir. I would like to consider this rebellion at Toledo and the sentencia that it produced in light of the working definition of race offered by Geraldine Heng, with which listeners are surely familiar by now. She highlights the selective essentialization of differences among human groups that supported the strategic and unequal distribution of positions and powers. She also stresses the fact that race-making utilizes a variety of practices and pressures and operates as specific historical occasions so as to construct a hierarchy of peoples for differential treatment. Although some conversos worked in the royal administration, certainly not all of them did. Neither were all royal officials conversos. Yet the Sarmiento regime selected Jewish lineage as that difference, which was essential for demarcating groups. We can also observe the relationship between this demarcation and the distribution of positions and powers in which citizens of Jewish lineage who held public and private offices were replaced by old, clean Christians. I've outlined some of the factors that contributed to the context of this specific historical occasion. Finally, the uprising at Toledo and the sentencia that defends it demonstrates some of the practices and pressures that the rebels used, including physical violence, interrogation, removal from office, and the production of the trappings of official power. All of these efforts aimed to construct a hierarchy of peoples for differential treatment. Let us turn now to some of the other less tangible but no less important tactics that the Toledan rebels implemented in the process of making a Christian race to be distinguished from a Jewish one. Those tactics involved efforts at rhetorical persuasion and attempts to claim the authority of human laws as well as the divine law encoded in scripture. The Toledo Rebellion and the documents it produced caused enormous controversy within the rest of the Kingdom of Castile-Leon. Its apologists opposed the full inclusion of conversos within the church and civic structures, while the rebellion's adversaries defended the rights of conversos to be considered full Christians with all the rights and privileges that Christians were granted in a society that was structured according to religious affiliation. Both sides produced appeals and memorials to garner support for their positions, and I would have a selection of those texts on the PowerPoint that you are not able to see. But we can analyze these sources for textual evidence of the process of race making. In addition to the Sentencia, for this paper, I will concentrate on 2 texts that I've produced English translations for, publication hopefully forthcoming, and that are in direct conversation with one another. The Appeal and Supplication of Marcos García de Mora, which was previously published as the Memorial contra los Conversos, and the Defense of Christian Unity, written by the Converso Bishop of Burgos, Alonso de Cartagena. Marcos García de Mora was effectively the spokesman of the Sarmiento regime. His appeal takes the form of an apology for himself and the regime he represented. In it, he associates those of Jewish lineage with the Apostle Paul's letter that kills, in contrast to true Christians whom he associates with the spirit that gives life. And this harkens to Dr. Walden, who mentions the spirit letter distinction in her talk in the last session. Marcos protests the intolerable cruelties and inhumanities committed against the human and Christian race, el género humano y cristiano, of the said kingdoms of Castile and Leon. The Castilian phrase is equivalent to the English human race. Here, though, the human race is qualified as Christian, suggesting the universalizing work that race-making does, in which an us is posited as a template for true humanity and contrasted with the particularities of various thems. Further, this us, the human and Christian race, is presented as threatened and beleaguered. In this case, the threat has a particular identity. These intolerable cruelties were caused, promoted, and incited by the hated, damaged, and detested fourth race and estate of baptized Jews, and those proceeding from their damaged line, adulterers, children of unbelief and faithlessness, parents of every greed, sowers of every discord and division, overflowing in every wickedness and perversity, always ungrateful to their God, contrary to his commandments, separated from his ways and paths. When Marcos writes of a fourth race, he evokes the peninsula's traditional organization according to 3 religious groups, Jews, Muslims, and Christians. The conversos did not easily fit into this schema. They were a hybrid. Their qualities, as outlined by Marcos, though, greedy, ungrateful, unfaithful, morally depraved, a threat to honest, innocent Christians, will resonate with those familiar with anti-Semitic tropes. It is significant that Marcos claims the authority of the Hebrew scriptures to define this essential perennial character of the Jews that resists the passage of generations and the cleansing of baptism, citing Deuteronomy 32. With more time, I could show that Marcos offers a selective reading of scripture to support his particular anti-converso ends. While Marcos claims to be making a traditional argument based on Christianity's oldest scriptures, he actually introduces an innovative concept into Christian theology: the idea that someone's human lineage could nullify the grace that is bestowed in the sacrament of baptism. Race theorist Anne Stoller's insight into the dynamic relationship between notions of fixity and fluidity within racial discourses is helpful here. She writes that the notion of immutability may play off deep cognitive beliefs that people have about what constitutes humankind, but ironically, it only becomes a potent political principle when the attributes designated as immutable are pliable and plastic in ways that allow redefinitions at the boundaries of categories that themselves remain resilient over time. Marcos argues for the immutability of Jewish character traits in the face of the evident pliability of the categories of both Christian and Jew over the course of the last generation. One of the bachelor's chief adversaries directly challenged the immutability of Marcos's categories in his own life story. Alonso de Cartagena, Bishop of Burgos, addresses Marcos directly in his defense of Christian unity. Cartagena was a converso himself, born to a Jewish family and baptized at around the age of 5 with many of his family members. His father, born Shlomo Halevi, was a famous convert known as Pablo de Santa Maria, or Paul of Burgos, again mentioned by Dr. Walden in the previous session. And his father wrote a treatise describing his intellectual conversion to Christianity. Alonso pursued a successful career as a royal diplomat and churchman and wrote prolifically on nobility, which is another interesting related topic. He succeeded his father as bishop in 1435. Cartagena contests the bachelor's understanding of the letter, the literal sense of scripture, and the meaning of Jewish lineage. He argues that the literal sense is the root from which the spiritual senses emerge. While both are valuable, without the letter and without the literal sense, the spiritual senses would be impossible. Similarly, Jewish lineage, including the Israelite people who received the prophecies and the divine law, are the root and the foundation of the church itself. Marcos had drawn from the worst criticisms of the Israelites and the Jews to be found in the Old and New Testaments to sketch the character of their converso descendants. In stark contrast, Cartagena argues that the true meaning of Israel is purity of faith and morality of character. Transcending lineage, Cartagena insists that anyone of faith can be part of true Israel. However, he insists that those who descend literally from Israel be included as well and even given special honor. He writes, "For if such was the purity of Israel, that under this name we include all the faithful, by what manner should that very Israelite flesh, if Israelite purity is present in it, be shut off from Israelite honor?" Relating the conversos to Christ as well as to the patriarchs and other pillars of the church was a common line of defense which Cartagena promoted. But why am I speaking of those patriarchs when he mocks our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the Lord and Prince of the patriarchs, who tries to taunt with rash daring that blood from which he deemed it worthy to descend according to the flesh? Indeed, he seems to disparage the honor of his mother, the blessed and undefiled Mary, not to mention that of the other holy saints who descended from those parents over various times. A key term that appears in the above passage is blood. Many of you are familiar with the Spanish concept of limpieza de sangre, or purity or cleanness of blood. That ideology was taking shape at precisely this time. Here we can see Cartagena using blood to refer to descent, but linking it to Christ and to the flesh. Interestingly, Marcos uses the term sangre or blood in his appeal, but not with regard to descent, and he does not use the term carne or flesh at all. Rather, Marcos wants to disassociate the Jewish flesh of the conversos from Jesus Christ. In J. Cameron Carter's theological account of race, in which he grapples with thinkers from the Enlightenment era and following, he argues that modern racial reasoning resulted from the process of abstracting Christ from Jesus and severing him from his Jewish body. In this way, he contends, Jewish flesh became racial flesh, and ultimately Christ became white. Carter argues that the so-called Jewish question is therefore at the heart of the modern problems of race, religion, and the politics of the modern state. I think we can see the process to which Carter refers of severing Jesus from his Jewish flesh and the conversion of that covenantal Jewish flesh into racial flesh in this late medieval converso debate, in which ideas about Jews, arguments about how to interpret scripture, and contesting definitions of the church became involved in defining a Christian race that could fade chameleon-like onto a background of whiteness, the better to highlight the racial alterity of Jewishness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's actually really nice to see a good old-fashioned paper delivered by a human being and not a series of slides, although I appreciate that it's also quite difficult sometimes to be landed with that at the last minute. But thank you very much for an absolutely fascinating paper and also for keeping very, very nicely to time. And we have the final paper of this panel, and that is Dr. Jonathan Dixon of Hampton School, speaking on Prester John's Blackness, Early Modern Colour Prejudice and Perceptions of Sub-Saharan Africans in Iberian Discourse from 1427 to 1600. Take it away, Jonathan.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Last but not least, though, I'll just share my screen. You should be able to see that.
That's fine.
Okay, for years, the prospect of a conflict between the black races and the white at an indefinite date in the future has been present to the minds of those intimately connected. So I think someone muted me. For years, the prospect of conflict between the black races and the white on an indefinite date in the future has been present to the minds of those intimately connected with Africa. The legend of Prester John, the white priest who is said to have ruled over innumerable Negro tribes, is known to many who are not writers of fiction. And with the spread of education among the black peoples and the increasing command of the resources of civilization, there is latent in the consciousness of white men in Africa the fear that a real Prester John, but black in colour, might yet emerge to lead the sons of Ham in a great crusade. These words of the early 20th century South African statesman Jan Smuts highlight the way in which the legend of Prester John formed a schema of cultural rescue by which Europeans attempted to combat the potential terror of the outside world. The idea of a utopic civilization hidden in Africa should resonate with those familiar with the Marvel Cinematic Universe's fictional nation of Wakanda. However, the realm of Prester John was not one which celebrated or idealized African culture, but subjugated and repackaged it into form which conformed to European values and sensibilities. Prester John, despite being imagined as the ruler of Ethiopia, was almost always depicted as a white quasi-European Christian ruling over black subjects. The origins of Prester John. Late medieval and early modern Europeans identified Ethiopia heavily with the mythology of Prester John. A myth about a powerful Christian crusader from the east, Prester John emerged as a figure in European discourse in the era of the Second Crusade. In 1141, the German chronicler Otto of Freising recorded a report that a Christian king and priest known as Prester John had arrived suddenly from the furthest east and defeated the Persians in battle. In turn, this mythology was added to by the arrival in 1165 of what modern historians call the Prester John letter, copies of which flooded medieval European courts and libraries. This letter is essentially a bricolage of all the classical and medieval tropes about the East. Hence, mythological beings such as dog-headed men, and marvels such as the Fountain of Youth and the waters of the Garden of Eden, all made an appearance in Prester John's land. Modern historians recognise now that the Prester John legend arose as a misunderstanding of the actions of proto-Mongol groups to encroach on the Islamic states of the Turkish steppe. Over the centuries, many of the more fantastical elements of the myth were abandoned, but the idea that Prester John was the ruler of a powerful Christian Eastern kingdom remained. Significantly, Prester John was described as the lord of the three Indias. Influenced by classical models of Eastern geography, this term was used to describe a loosely connected, ambiguous but vast region, which near India was the area north of the Hindu Kush, far India was the then vaguely known southern subcontinent, and middle India was Ethiopia. This association meant that the particular location of mythological beings were ambiguous, and therefore creatures such as the Ethiopian satyr and the Indian unicorn could appear in contradictory regions on Mappamundi and within later geographical treatises. 15th century Portuguese chronicler Zurara, for example, described both the Ethiopians and the people of Guinea as belonging to the nations of the East. As more became known about Ethiopia, this nation seemed to better fit with the Prester John model. Under the 14th and 15th century Solomonic dynasty, Ethiopia expanded its Orthodox Christian empire to its greatest extent. Consequently, to the European eye, the ruler of Ethiopia was a good Christian and constant at war with his Islamic neighbours. Of all nations, the 15th and 16th century Portuguese under the House of Avis was the most interested in the Prester John legend. Figures like Prince Henry the Navigator and King Manuel I, in particular, sponsored Portuguese explorers to report on anything they learned about Ethiopia. For example, Manuel entrusted Vasco da Gama with a letter to Prester John and the chance he might encounter him on his voyage to India. As will be discussed, Prester John can be seen as an exemplar of the changing perception of sub-Saharan Africans within Iberian discourse. Ethiopia itself was an ambiguous term, not just with regard to India, but to what extent it covered the African continent. Increasingly, Prester John's dominion was expanded to include more of Africa. In the farm map we can see on the left, commissioned by the King of Portugal, Alfonso V, in the mid-15th century, Prester John's kingdom stretches across the entirety of sub-Saharan Africa. By this time, Prester John's Ethiopia designated a vastly hyperbolic imagining of a Christian southern Africa. It is important, therefore, to understand that the tradition of Prester John being the ruler of black sub-Saharan Africans had long been established by the time of his first depictions in art. This makes it all the more surprising, shocking even, when we see regularly Prester John depicted as a white European. Although Portugal would take the lead in attempting to find Prester John in Ethiopia, he first entered into the consciousness of the Iberian Peninsula via the eastern neighbour, the Crown of Aragon. In 1427, 2 ambassadors from Ethiopia arrived in Valencia at the court of Alfonso V of Aragon. The exchange between the Ethiopian ambassadors and Alfonso is recorded in the memorandum held in the General Archive of the Crown of Aragon in Barcelona. According to this memorandum, the Ethiopian emperor, referred to the memorandum as Prester John, wished to embark on a joint crusade against Egypt. The prospect of intermarriage between two white houses was also broached. While ultimately unsuccessful, the idea even that a marriage pact could occur between Aragon and Ethiopia demonstrates the relative lack of colour prejudice towards fellow Christians at the start of the 15th century. Portuguese Prince Henry the Navigator invigorated the attempt to find Prester John in Ethiopia. As Grand Master of the Military Order of Christ, reincarnation of the Knights Templar, he sponsored exploration along the coast of Africa. While undoubtedly Portuguese exploration was in large part driven by the economic gains of trade and slavery, the ideals of chivalry and crusade were a central part of the early modern Portuguese worldview. Young Portuguese noblemen immersed themselves in Arthurian Romance literature and imagined themselves as would-be crusaders who would retake Jerusalem. Prester John's Ethiopia was key to this idea of a crusade. According to Henry's biographer Zurara, every Portuguese ship's captain carries instruction from Henry to gather information concerning the Indies and Prester John's land. The ideal of finding Prester John remained a key element of Eastern expansion even into the 16th century. Anchored in the Indian Ocean in 1509, Afonso de Albuquerque, the governor of Portuguese India, recorded that a giant fiery cross appeared in the sky pointing the way to the land of Prester John. Later in 1514, King Manuel I wrote to Albuquerque declaring that saying, now was time to carry out the plan of attacking Mecca with the help of Prester John, the Emperor of Ethiopia, in order to win back Jerusalem. In 1521, a Portuguese delegation finally arrived at the court of the Ethiopian Emperor Dawit II. Significantly, the idea of a colour distinction between Prester John and subjects displays itself in the mission's priest, Francisco Alvarez, where he describes the Prester John, Dawit II, as not very dark compared to his subjects, but rather chestnut or bay. This idea that blackness was a sign of barbarity can be seen elsewhere within Alvarez's account of the mission. For example, he mentioned that one of the Ethiopians he met appeared a gentleman despite his blackness, because of his courtesy and the fact that he owned a horse and servants. As this conference has highlighted, the exact antecedents of race and colour prejudice are multifaceted. Nevertheless, scholars such as Francisco Bethencourt have identified that slavery recognised the power dynamics of slavery scholars such as Francisco Bethencourt have recognized that slavery interplayed with the power dynamics to serve as a crucible for racism's later manifestation. By the end of the 15th century, discourse had arisen within Portugal in which the inferiority of the infidel nature of Africans, which justified their enslavement, was not considered to be lost simply through conversion, much like in the case of the Converso, as Erica just discussed. The case of Christian Congo, the case of the Christian Kingdom of Congo is an exemplar of this change in discourse. In 1491, the Kingdom of Congo was baptized by Portuguese missionaries as Yao. Following this, the Catholic Church became the national religion. Plans were made, though never fulfilled, once again, for Congolese nobility to marry Portuguese nobility. Congolese students even were educated in Lisbon. Yao I of Congo's successor, Alfonso I, was given his own coat of arms, which you can see here, and the Congolese court was transformed to mirror that of Lisbon structurally, in procedure and etiquette, and visually by encouraging the adoption of European dress. However, this pageantry could not just distract from the African monarch's blackness. Even though Alfonso had fully embraced the religious and material trappings of a European monarch, he suffered severe disrespect unbefitting his status as a Christian sovereign. According to a letter he sent to King Manuel I of Portugal, Portuguese officials appointed to him refused to share his palace, deeming it beneath them to sleep in the dwelling of a black. Furthermore, the commander of the island of São Tomé insisted on referring to him as that black infidel dog. It seems then that the figure of this Christianized subordinate in Africa was to be celebrated, whereas the idea of a black king was to be shunned. Alvarez's account of the Portuguese Ethiopian mission unsurprisingly started the process by which Europeans would realize that Prester John's territory was not so vast, his people not so Christian, according to them, nor his treasury as bottomless as they had dreamed. Despite this, Prester John was still depicted as a white quasi-European ruler of Ethiopia. Here to our left, on the cover folio of the mid-16th century publication of Alvarez's account, Prester John would not be out of place at the Lisbon court itself. Dressed in European garb as a noble cavalry officer, Prester John appears as the model of a Christian warrior king. On our right, we see the 16th century Spanish map held in the Bodleian Library in Oxford, which, for example, depicts Prester John as a quasi-European bishop opposed to the Saracen king of Magdalo. Here in a Portuguese map produced for Queen Mary I of England, Prester John sits enthroned on the Mountains of the Moon. the mythical source of the Nile. Here he's depicted in the form of a medieval European king. You might argue that he's perhaps kind of a chestnut color described by Alvarez. Certainly he's rendered as much more civilized and lighter skinned than all other African monarchs depicted on the map, such as here the Emperor of Mali. The obscurity of Prester John's ethnicity within Iberian discourse transferred into other nations' perceptions of Ethiopia. In 1646, for example, the English polymath Sir Thomas Browne wrote that the Emperor of Ethiopia, or Prester John, who derived from the lineage of Solomon, is not yet descended into the hue of his country, but remains a mulatto, that is, of mongrel complexion unto this day. Similarly, the German ethnographer Johann Buimis wrote that the Ethiopian emperor, once falsely called Prester John, was not black like most Ethiopians, but was in fact white. Later, the English polemicist Peter Heylin described the Ethiopians as generally olive tawny, excepting only their king himself, who's also of white complexion. Should we then think of Prester John as a proto-colonial myth? If we understand European colonialism as dependent on imbalances of power, then Prester John's quasi-Europeanism is of real significance. There are inherent problems to looking for ideas of colonialism prior to the modern period. However, a myth of a white, or at least light-skinned Christian, ruling over a dark-skinned subject calls for a re-understanding of the role mythology played in the discourse accompanying the development of colonialism. Even in the earliest conception of the Prester John legend, which placed him in Asia, he still ruled over subjects who were defined by their physical alterity. What Prester John exhibited was a form of familiar otherness. Prester John, as a white Christian African, brought order to external alterity and other aspects of otherness, and reconstructed them in a manner that appealed to European sensibilities. Scholars such as An Len Sheng have emphasized the importance of self-recognition and self-fashioning in colonialism. Consequently, they have reappropriated the terminology of fetish, once applied to examples of indigenous religious material culture. The concept of colonial fetish, therefore, considers how Europeans attempted to self-fashion themselves within native culture. Accompanying this, according to Jessica Benjamin, was the ideal of who Europeans might wish to become, and the establishment of a subordinate community of like subjects. The creation of the colonial fetish did not attempt to perfectly resemble the relative life in European societies, but instead drew from the idealized utopic desires of those same societies. In essence, an attempt to replicate the European metropole, how it ought to be, not how it was. This concept of colonial fetishism is contained within ideas of the global savage, we see in Lord Macaulay's Little Brown Englishman, and of course here, Prester John. There is certainly value in this concept of colonial fetish. However, Prester John could also be described as a kind of proto-colonial myth, and therefore illustrates the pervasiveness and far-reaching nature of his reception. Recently, Matteo Salvadori has argued that in early encounters between Latin Christians and Ethiopians, faith trumped physical alterity. He has not, however, recognized the significance of Prester John's familiar otherness in making the blackness of Ethiopians acceptable to Europeans, particularly early modern Iberians. Prester John acted in the role of an overlord over the Ethiopians, organizing and rehabilitating them in the light of European Christianity and notions of civility. This paper therefore calls for a reassessment of the significance of the creation or attempted creation of Christian quasi-European states in the East, given that such states had an extensive pre-existence in medieval mythology. As Rana Kabani argues in her book, Imperial Fictions, European Myths of the Orient, colonial and later imperial designs had their antecedents in early conceptions of the East. When Ethiopians contemplated the significance when Europeans contemplated the significance of Prester John, upon encountering the absence of his kingdom, it seems that the missionary, the merchant, the soldier, and the state builder attempted to recreate Prester John's kingdom in their own image. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. James, do we have the other three speakers? Okay, so audience members, if I could just remind you to use the Q&A function to ask your questions, and I will either read them out or ask you to read them out yourself. But before James gets in with his undoubted list of questions, I'm going to take the opportunity to ask a few myself. So Just to put our first three speakers on the spot. Laurie, I was just wondering, in terms of your subject in particular, although this may well apply to particularly Gretchen as well, given the way in which a certain branch of, I suppose, white supremacists, to put it bluntly, on social media and in sorry, I've just been asked to put my video on, and in some kind of Breitbart style commentaries have tried to use the idea that kind of it wasn't just the transatlantic slave trade, and to very much focus on the idea that Islamic political entities had slaves as well, as this kind of get out of jail free card for the transatlantic slave trade. I'm wondering how that kind of potentially affects how we write about slavery in Middle Eastern contexts. And I mean, I'm a Middle Easternist, but I work on a much more modern period. But I very much kind of have a sense that, particularly sort of from the perspective of some people who come from that sort of area studies position, there's this almost, I suppose, queasiness about engaging with this that's disappearing now, but that I think has been a bit of an issue because of this sort of horrible possibility that you end up writing something that feeds into to the kind of propaganda of white supremacy. Secondly, Gretchen, I was wondering if you would be able to expand a bit on the discourses in 19th century Morocco that you mentioned in terms of anti-slavery conversations, ideas that are circulating, how these are being phrased, what their reception is, and just some more background to the specific example of an-Nasri that you gave. And Erica, I was wondering if there's much overlap between the examples and the narratives that you mentioned and work with, and discourses around Muslim converts as well. I mean, I know kind of in the more sort of general environment of the Iberian Peninsula at that time, there are kind of confluences, but I was wondering just in terms of the actual examples that you've been using and how those discourses play out.
Sure, I'll go ahead and take the first question.
Great, thank you.
No, thank you for that question, because I feel like I've thought about the context, you know, whereas with African and Middle Eastern slavery, there's been a tendency to describe it as a gentler form of slavery. And, you know, there's also that thread of line of thought. Yeah. And, you know, to come at it and say, well, you know, this isn't a gentler form of slavery. It existed and there was violence in it and people were oppressed and they existed. And it was connected to these other networks in the Mediterranean. But it's interesting to think about it on that flip side. And it's something that I think we should think about, because I do think that these histories are important in the modern day context for a number of reasons. But yeah, that's scary that somebody could take that. But I think it's important to point out that I'm saying, well, slavery existed in other places. It wasn't the same as the Atlantic, and the Atlantic was unique in its volume and also in its ties to this kind of capitalism, you know, the tie between race and capitalism in slavery in the Atlantic is, I think these two things came together and made it a whole kind of other beast. Whereas in the Sicilian example, you don't see it come together with this kind of institutionalized form of slavery as strongly as it did in the Atlantic, and the volume is much smaller. On the flip side, I think it's still very important, that we get to these histories, and that's not a reason to discard them. And also that these systems interacted with each other. San Benedetto, the African enslaved man in Sicily, who then became a saint, is also seen traveling. He appears in the Iberian Peninsula as a figure in a procession that African slaves are holding and following. And then he also appears in South America. So the idea that these systems aren't, they don't exist in a vacuum, that they're interacting with each other, I think is important for us to explore. But that I appreciate taking that out, and really I do have to think about that in this modern day context.
Thank you. And I forgot to say before, but thank you for finishing with that fabulous image. That's quite an amazing picture to end on. That is really beautiful. Gretchen.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, just to speak for a second to the first question that you asked. Also, I mean, I've actually found, at least in the US, that the squeamishness, before we had the problem of the visibility of white supremacy that we have at this particular historical moment, right? Like we did have the problem of Islamophobia, right? Which, has been visible for a long time. So I certainly have found in the US, at least since I was a student, right, that there's been a squeamishness to kind of say anything that could kind of put the region in a bad light, because you're so busy kind of, trying to counteract the kind of prevailing ideas of Islamophobia, right? So I'm very sympathetic to that. What it's been, I've been teaching in Singapore for the past 6 years. And when you go and, you don't have the same brand of Islamophobia here. I mean, it's a different context, right? And most of the students that I teach are also, kind of from 80 different countries or something like this. And when you have to go and teach, say, the 1001 Nights to a lot of students from sub-Saharan Africa, right? And you're teaching this kind of even opening scene, you have to account for that, right? I mean, you have this kind of really lurid, terrible depiction of a transgression with a Black slave, right? That's very, very racialized. And you can't kind of pretend that this isn't a problem, right? When your audience shifts, right? So, I mean, I think that's kind of at least changed my perspective also in the, that we're not always just kind of, thinking about how Western Islamophobia is going to perceive. There are other audiences, right? When you're sort of teaching people from sub-Saharan Africa, then the needs change, right? And yeah, I mean, I did also I was educated with this kind of idea of, well, the slavery wasn't that bad. And it's like, well, no, it's slavery. It was bad. Like, I mean, there's not like a good form of slavery, right? I mean, it maybe didn't have the kind of all the marks of the excessive brutality that you had in the transatlantic system, but, it was still bad. Like to kind of try to pretend that it wasn't, is also really disingenuous. In terms of Ed-Nasri, so he really kind of stands out. So, there was, I mean, the thing that to me, it seems like, and again, I'm not a historian, so, but it seems that this invasion really did a lot to kind of deteriorate the image of sub-Saharan Africa, at least in Morocco, right? That at least before this invasion of the 16th century, you didn't have quite the same coupling of Blackness with slavery as a fact, right? And then by the time you get to Ed-Nasri, right, like this is just established, like it's just assumed that like Blackness somehow equals slavery. But Ed-Nasri is really the only writer in 19th century Morocco of any stature who's really taking this on, right? So this text that he has stands out as really, really unique insofar as he's, kind of trying to kind of say that you can't enslave anyone from the African continent at all. Whereas, generally people are trying to figure out like, well, let's identify where are the pagan tribes and where are the Muslim tribes and how do we sort of figure out who we can enslave and who we can't enslave. And whereas he's just saying like, no, actually you can't enslave anyone, right? Which really, this was very, very unusual, right? I don't know of another text like this anywhere in North Africa that was kind of written around this time that goes quite this far.
Okay, thanks for your question, Sarah. The question was, is there overlap in these texts that I'm talking about between converts from Judaism and converts from Islam? Was that your question?
Just need to unmute myself. I'm just thinking about the discourses that you were talking about around conversos from Judaism, and the extent to which that's a kind of highly racialized way of talking about them, and a lot of the narratives that you mentioned seem to be kind of quite we would recognize a lot of them immediately as kind of racialized narratives, and I was wondering how much that overlaps with the way that Muslim converts and the idea of sort of crypto Muslims and things gets talked about as well.
Yeah, so in terms of the text that I'm specifically studying, they're really only talking about converts from Judaism, but they occasionally mention Jews and Moors as a category. Cartagena, who is, the fierce defender of the conversos and their like legitimate Christianity, in another text is an advocate for holy war against the Muslim kingdom of Granada. So he's very much about creating a Christian race, I would say, but he wants to include Jewish flesh within that. So that's kind of, so he's also anti-Jewish in many ways if the Jewishness isn't baptized. So he's an interesting figure. There is an interesting text called the Alboraique, which is contemporaneous or roughly contemporaneous, which is likens the conversos as hybrid, like to the hybrid beast of Al-Buraq in the Quran, or not in the Quran, but that Muhammad rode into the heavens, so it doesn't talk about Muslim converts, but it's likening conversos to Alboraicos, it calls them, because of their hybridity. And in fact, they're worse than Moors because they don't follow any particular law. It's their hybridity that is problematic. In other texts, like especially getting into the following decades, I think there's a lot of parallel between the arguments against the conversos from Judaism and the arguments against the Moriscos and the converts from Islam. There's a lot of parallels, and I think that that's not coincidence in any way. But, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. James, I believe you had a question. Okay, so for Erica, many have rejected the notion of intellectual origins in ideas of race, but Gil Anajar makes a very specific case. What do you think about this? Also, does your argument underscore the importance of specificity contra Nirenberg?
Specificity contra, I'm not sure what that last part means. So maybe James could clarify. I'm suspicious of quest for origins, so I'm not. I'm not trying to argue for a particular quest for origins. I did cite Anajar because I'm not quite sure how I feel about his book, but I do feel like it's very important, and it really helped me think about the meaning of blood. It's like I went back and was looking at these terms, blood and flesh. One thing that kind of worried me about Anajar's book is that because it takes such a sweeping look, which is amazing and magisterial, at the same time, because I've been so immersed in this particular context of these texts, I didn't think that he was capturing the nuance of the arguments, from my particular context, which may translate also in other particular contexts. So I think Anajar's work is extremely interesting. I'm suspicious of quest for origins. I don't necessarily think that's helpful, but I think looking at different contexts in terms of what perspectives they can teach us for how in any given situation we are both informed by our past, we're informed by the ideas and images that we receive, but we also have, the capability to shape our response to that and push against that past. That's something that I've learned from David Nirenberg. I'm not sure I understood the second part of that question.
Did you want to clarify?
Can I expand a moment? Do I have your permission, Sarah? Sorry.
Yes, yeah, no, it's just that you froze. Yes, of course. Ahlan wa sahlan.
What I was just interested, Erica, because David Nirenberg was one of your advisors, and it just seems to me that your work is so very specific and about a particular juncture, whereas maybe I completely misunderstood his very important book on anti-Judaism, but it seemed to me that for him, he seems to steer away from the significance of particular moments, specifically to do, anything to do with notions of Judaism or indeed the Christian self, because he's principally concerned with a frame of thinking. Whereas what you're talking about is beyond that. It's much more specific. And I wonder because I think that I really like his book, and the argument is really important, but I just think the significance of a frame of thought in thinking about anti-Judaism and separating it explicitly like he does from notions of anti-Semitism and race, I don't go with. So I just wanted to push you a bit to see whether you feel that you diverge from your former advisor or not.
I don't.
Not that the fact that this is live on YouTube should.
Yeah, right.
I don't. The frankness of your answer.
Pushing back again. I mean, I feel like I've been very much influenced by this notion of anti-Judaism as a rhetorical tool. In fact, it helps me to read Cartagena as thinking in an anti-Jewish framework, even while he himself has Jewish lineage and Jewish, a mother who never converted, and is defending the Jewish flesh of his kinsmen, but he's also anti-Jewish. He makes anti-Jewish arguments. He accuses Marcos of being, he says, maybe you're the Jew because of the way you're reading scripture. You're reading it literally like the Jews do. Which to me, that's what Nirenberg is talking about in terms of anti-Judaism as a rhetorical tool or framework. So I don't think it's an either or to me. I think much of Nirenberg's earlier work is very much rooted in the archives and specific contexts, and he's very careful about drawing causal connections that can't necessarily be justified. But so this balance between the cutting and the finding of the connections of history. So I think he's trying to find that balance between like being responsible to the historical context and what the archives and sources tell us, but also finding connections. If we can't find any connections between the past and the present, then what's the use of studying the past, right? So there needs to be some kind of balance. So that I feel like I've learned that from David Nirenberg as well. So I don't know that I'm diverging. I guess I'm diverging in terms of my interest and emphasis on Christian theology and on the theological arguments. That's where so I feel like I'm diverging more in terms of my focus. But maybe an outsider would be better suited to assess my degree of how I fit with them. That's interesting.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We have two more questions, which I'm going to read out in order, just to give both answerers at least a second to think about them. First one is for Laurie, and it's from me. I think it was you, I hope it was you, who mentioned the possibility, the need, the possible value of collaboration and cooperation in terms of being able to write some of these kinds of histories, especially when it comes to things like accessing a whole range of different languages. We can't all be sort of Darrell Lea figures who can kind of have as the first line of their introduction that all translations from insert about 10 different languages are by me. But and I was wondering if, and you can absolutely say no, but whether you had any kind of further reflections on that in terms of how benefits of these kind of things. It seems to me that at the moment, although it's been so difficult adapting to pandemic academia and pandemic conferences and all of these kind of things, possibly it's also forced us into situations which might make some of those things more viable. And I was just wondering how you maybe feel about this kind of thing. And if also maybe you've got any good examples that you might want to mention. And the second one was another for Erica from Nitzan Lebovich. A quick question: could Erica talk about the blood laws in the 15th century as a meeting point between anti-Judaism and Islamophobia? Any idea whether they are quoted later, and any idea how they are used by later forms of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia?
Well, I'll go ahead and take that first question. I was talking about collaboration, and mainly just because this project from its beginning kind of expanded out to include so many different regions. So this was based on my dissertation research. And I was personally interested in modern day kind of the immigration crisis in the Mediterranean and what that looked like in Italy and how that was interacting with race. And I moved back into this time period, and it's overwhelming to all of a sudden be in the 15th century and looking at documents in Sicilian archives that are in Italian/Latin/Spanish and handwriting. And then also looking, at North African documents and Hausa documents as much as I can. And I speak Hausa and studied Hausa and lived in West Africa for a couple of years. So for me, that was actually the most exciting part, that my research brought me back to that region because I had some language skills there. But it's just kind of a call to action to all of us to think about how we can collaborate a little bit better. And one of the projects that I mentioned, and I was kind of rushing through, so I will say it again, is Paulo Ngom's project, which is it's funded by the NEH, and it's an Ajami archive that he's doing through BU that will be a digital library of these African language documents that were written in Arabic script that will be transcribed, translated, and accessible. And it's with African scholars from West Africa. So I think, these collaborations really have to be aware that, we need to be involving the universities and the scholars from that region and be in conversation with them. And I've seen more funding, a little bit more funding this past, there's not a lot of funding right now, but I have seen more funding geared towards, scholars from the African continent. So if anything can be said about this kind of period right now, I think people are more aware, of knowledge production and these kind of like biases in the archives. And I think we're starting to address them. And I think being able to connect on Zoom like this is also, there's a lot of potential that we can see that, this research can continue even if we can't physically be in these places or talking to these people. But I think there's a lot more to be done.
Thank you. And yeah, no, it's I would hugely endorse everything that you have to say there, but also, yes, I mean, in terms of the the possibilities that maybe we've been pushed into both by pandemic, but then also, as you say, in terms of discourses that kind of, I guess, the political situation we're in at the moment have pushed us towards as well, in terms of the fact that maybe scholars and funders are becoming more aware of what perhaps we should be doing ethically, small p politically, and the possibilities behind that as well. Okay, so while Erica answers her question, we also have one for Gretchen to have a think about. So I think this is from James himself. I am grappling with genealogies, even if nobody else is interested in origins, of what I see as European, in inverted commas, ideas of race in Arabic-speaking lands. I tend to think of these as an importation of European notions and perhaps Eastern Christianity. But am I being Eurocentric and or too preoccupied by Christianity in the development of notions of race? So we'll let that one stew slightly. And also for Jonathan, do you think Iberia holds a special place in the European intellectual history of race? Before we take Erica's answer and then those two, James is busy pressuring me, although I would absolutely concur that we are awarding Gretchen the conference medal for stamina, apart from anything else. Indeed, yes. Round of applause for being, even just upright at this time. So, okay, Erica, if you would like to tackle that one from Nitzan.
I think I have a disappointing answer, because that's where I'm going to plead that I'm not as well versed in the 16th century blood purity laws. I've been looking at this 15th century, and that's not necessarily, I mean, maybe I should be, I intend to be more, to look at those laws more. So I just can't, I can't responsibly answer that question about with the specificity about those blood purity laws at a later time. But I just want to say that yes, absolutely, there's a connection, I think, between anti-Judaism and Islamophobia, both in this 15th century context and in the current in our current present. And so I think that's an important connection to continue to ask.
Okay, so now hopefully Gretchen.
This goes to me. Genealogies. Is this where we are? I'm not interested in genealogies. Genealogies, one can get into trouble with genealogies, is really all. But in terms of, origins, and then what was the rest of it? Sort of Europe and Christianity, or imported ideas of race from Europe?
Yeah, I guess the basic question that James is asking is, are conversations about race and ideas of race in Arabic-speaking lands, or what James sees as European ideas of race in Arabic-speaking lands, are these importations from Europe, possibly with something from Eastern Christianity coming in there, or is he being too Eurocentric or too?
Well, some of it. The kind of Mediterranean-centric geographical theories, like all of the theories of the climes, right, and the way climate influences race, right? Yeah, of course, this comes from the Greeks, right? This comes from the Greeks, gets translated into Arabic, and and this is a major idea, right, that gets kind of repeated by a lot of Arabic historians and thinkers, right? Because those ideas around race are imported. The Hamitic myth, right, is also, kind of coming from the earlier Abrahamic traditions, right? That's not a invention of Islam, but it's there. And then you have the trans-Saharan and then also the Indian Ocean slave trades, right? Which were both kind of, basically Arab slave trades. Those are old, right? Those are much older trades than the transatlantic trade. So you have these three factors, right, that are basically kind of shaping the way sub-Saharan Africa is viewed, right? This is as much of a kind of geographical category as it is a kind of category based on phenotype, right? A lot of the time. That's why to talk about race becomes problematic, because it's not really race the way we think of it now, right? It's kind of like, kind of certain, it's skin color kind of plus geography, right? In a way. But you know, not all of those factors are imported, right? I mean, you know, the kind of factors that are coming from the sort of two nodes of the global slave trade that the Arab world is involved in, I don't think that we can really say that Europe is responsible for the discourse that ends up growing out of that as a result. The other two things, I mean, it's Europe, but it's certainly like an old Europe, right? I mean, I don't know if you want to consider the antiquity Europe, you know. So yeah, I mean, I think so it doesn't seem to be, the ideas to me, at least from what I've read, right, they don't actually seem to be coming from Europe as we think of Europe, right? I mean, these are kind of older ideas. I mean, you know, the first histories of West Africa that are written, right, are written in Arabic, right? I mean, you know, we have Arabic histories of West Africa before we have, you know, anything written in a European language or anything, you know, actually written down in an African language that's not Arabic, right? So, you know, this is, you know, it's, I think part of what's interesting about thinking about the Arab world in relation to sub-Saharan Africa is it sort of moves us away from this kind of East-West, you know, kind of paradigm that we tend to still kind of think in, right? And that you really do have a kind of, you know, kind of South-South contact, right? And discourse that's growing out of that South-South contact that isn't necessarily, it's not coming from the West.
Great, thank you very much. And then finally, Jonathan, yes, if you want to take that question, do you think Iberia holds a special place in the European intellectual history of race?
Thanks very much. Short answer, yes, I think it does. And I think it comes back to Erica's talk about the conversals. If you look at the construction of blackness in Iberia, it does come on this kind of idea of immutability and this idea of a kind of infidel nature. For example, the kind of a great quote about this is of the Bishop of Pamplona, Prudencio de Sandoval, who died in 1620. He remarked that who can deny that in the descendants of Jews remains the wicked inclination of their ancient ingratitude and false knowledge, as inseparable the Africanist accident of their blackness. So I think what we see is that certainly there was an aversion to blackness in other European countries, but I think certainly the idea of this kind of sin and this irredeemability being and kind of a servile nature being part of blackness does come from Iberian discourse initially, and this idea of kind of the immutability of kind of blood lineage.
If we had longer, I would ask a whole load of more questions about why that might be, but we don't. We're just about to come up to the closing time for today's part of the conference. So I would just like to thank all of our speakers, the organizers, and to remind you that we resume tomorrow at 2 o'clock with a keynote from Dr. Kanata Hammond-Perry of the Stephen Lawrence Research Center at De Montfort on archives of Black life and histories of state violence in Britain. So thank you all again very much, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah.